Chapter 464. Inside the bronze base, how many secrets were hidden? Saint, young Master Magic Flute actually killed a saint. Of course, this had nothing to do with Magic Flute. What made him annoyed was, every day, at the entrance of the base, there would be a group of beautiful ladies, shouting towards the base. The current three-spirit city, wanted to develop quietly, was no longer possible. Magic Flute's face twitched. Young Master Magic Flute, please accept me as your disciple. The stronger a person was, the softer his heart was. As expected, the one he could not stand the most was that fool. The whirlpool sword storm behind him released a terrifying whistling sound that caused one's scalp to go numb. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew, everything was crushed into pieces. He Yuming saw with his own eyes a 300 tall small mountain peak. With a bang, it was directly smashed into pieces. Rocks flew behind him like a torrential rain, hitting his back in pain. The speed of the whirlpool sword storm did not decrease at all. At this time, everyone recovered from the shock, and looked at Magic Flute with respect. Although everyone did not recognize Wen Jiang, but Wen Jiang's spirit domain was real. Although Zhongming he was not weak, but he was not a saint, did not have a spirit domain, his willpower was not strong enough, Carefree Heart's effect on him was not as strong as Wen Jiang's, and he had the Equatorial Palace Hall gold treasure, Rui Dog. The melodious sound of the flute contained killing intent that was hard to detect. Suddenly, He Yuming's mind moved. There were many people in front. His eyes lit up, his face revealing a look of ecstasy. Thinking about the quagmire of war a few weeks ago, he still had some lingering fear. That kind of battle, he definitely did not want to encounter it again. Even thinking about it now, he still felt sullen. The wind brushed past his face, blowing his sleeves. A crystal-clear teardrop slid down from the corner of his eye, flying into the wind. The invaders have been destroyed. So unreasonable. Luckily Crazy Tang is not here. Who can save me? Fu Yang's expression congealed. He seemed to have heard some weird sounds. Is it the sound of cavalry charging? No, it doesn't seem like it. Suddenly, Fu Yang shouted, "Stop!" As time passed, inside the base, there were no sounds of fighting, and Wen Jiang, Zhongming He and the rest, did not come out. All the scouts were dumbfounded. A terrifying guess appeared in their minds at the same time. Everyone suddenly realized that the history books mentioned Magic Flute's few words. After thinking about it carefully, it made people faintly feel the magnificence of his life. The Rui Dog shone brightly, but its silver claws held onto it tightly. No matter how it struggled, it wouldn't let go. Heartless Worry was a killer move created specifically for sage experts. It used the strongest point of a sage expert. The willpower of a saint-level martial artist was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. Their self-control had also reached an astonishing level. Then what was that sound? No. Suddenly, a silver claw flew over and grabbed onto the Rui Dog in Zhongming his hands, and with a ferocious tug, the Rui Dog was pulled out from Zhongming his hands. The fight in the base had just begun, but it had already alerted the scouts around the base. Magic Flute's heart without worries caused the entire city to be intoxicated, but when it landed in the ears of the strong scouts, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. How could a saint be in such a sorry state? I am still a saint. He Yuming was currently filled with hatred towards himself. Why did I train in sword techniques? Why did I not become a saint with light body techniques? Magic Flute laughed out loud, the haze in his heart dissipating. His gaze landed on Zhongming He. Zhongming He was still bitterly holding on. He was like a pendulum, alternating between hot and cold. An intoxicating numbness started to spread throughout Wen Jiang's spirit domain. Magic Flute watched quietly. Seeing Wen Jiang's life slowly slipping away, his face did not have any joy of victory. His clear and flawless eyes were like the stars in the sky. Previously, although Three Spirit City had already started to show its prowess, but in many people's eyes, it was still a small powerhouse. Until the collaboration between Three Spirit City and Libra Constellation Grandmaster Association finally brought Three Spirit City to the front. And when Three Spirit City and Tang Tian's relationship was exposed, it attracted even more attention. Order the three armies, prepare to increase our speed. Fu Yang said, we need to increase our speed, and reach Bear Egg earlier. As long as we occupy Bear Egg and eliminate Tang Tian, we will be able to achieve true victory. But the discussion that Magic Flute had triggered was far from over. Young Master Magic Flute stood at the top of the tower, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His immortal-like demeanor quickly made him the dream lover of countless young ladies. Magic Flute's power was actually so strong. Magic Flute sat quietly with a calm face. Tang Cho walked past him, and coincidentally, a lady outside shouted, young master, I love you." Tang Cho's request to intimidate the thieves was completed beautifully. In the entire Three-Spirit City, there were no more thieves. The martial artists who were originally swaggering about, with fierce faces, were now buying things and gathering information. They all had smiles on their faces, and were extremely careful. For a moment, Magic Flute was a little disappointed and frustrated. Those passionate and emotionless people would always have a soft spot in their hearts, hiding a fatal poison. Tang Cho stopped in his tracks, glanced outside the door, retracted his gaze, and muttered to himself, "Such a pity, humans and spirits are different." Finally completing the 7th kill, the first time the 7th kill appeared. Magic Flute's face was extremely calm. He Yu Ming felt that he was going crazy. Why was it him? "Why are you staring at me? I'm not the one playing the zither. Don't tell me you don't like to play the zither." Wen Jiang suddenly raised his head and stared at the white robe fluttering at the top of the tower, as though he could ride the wind and return any time. That was Wen Jiang's last thought. His pale face revealed a heartfelt smile. And Magic Flute's identity as a spirit general made him even more legendary. His past was constantly being dug up. Most importantly, they did not have much time left. The longer they dragged on, the smaller their advantage would be. His face was pale. The strange numbness actually came from the depths of his body. Kai Guang, who was at the side, had a face of envy. This guy had so many evil and crooked things. All the scouts were shocked. They all had Magic Flute in their hands to evaluate. Everyone's evaluation was the same, although Magic Flute's power was unfathomable when he was alive, but as a spirit general, his power was no longer what it was in the past. His power should be around 7,000 in the Heaven Road list. The last bit of reason made Wen Jiang fiercely bite his tongue. The pain and the taste of blood in his mouth made him temporarily awake. The young lady in front of him transformed into a wisp of smoke, and for some reason, his heart ached. Tang Cho swaggered off. Looking at Tang Cho's back, Magic Flute almost smashed the bronze flute in his hand onto the back of his head. But even so, he could only barely hold on, and the others were all dead. With Wen Jiang and Zhong Ming his power, they did not doubt that Three-Spirit City could be destroyed. But for them to be so quiet, without any movement, it made their hair stand. Heavens, you finally opened your eyes. Heavens, you finally can't take it anymore. How is that possible? That was the power of Carefree Heart. The stronger the opponent, the more powerful it would be. It was an illusion. Duan Mu curiously sized up. Rui Dog, the one who used the silver claw, was him. Such a high-level thing, looking at it could increase his knowledge. To die under such an illusion, that's good, such a powerful spirit domain. He Yu Ming seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and sprinted towards the direction of the crowd. The 7th slash, Carefree Heart, was a killing technique specially created to kill saints. The sound of the flute was like a poisonous seed, flying into a person's heart. The deepest yearning and desire in the heart was the most perfect soil, and the poison would spread from his body to the spirit domain. He laughed at himself. He was actually feeling sad for the death of his enemy. But at that moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield of Ursa Major constellation. Young Master Magic Flute, I want to marry you. And his Carefree Heart, after being praised by a few music grandmasters, quickly became a popular song. Others were playing Carefree Heart. The melody was extremely beautiful, causing people to be intoxicated. And all the sound-type martial artists were trying to gain enlightenment from the melody. There were many saint-level sound-type martial artists, but, to be able to kill a saint-level sound-type martial artist, they could be counted with one hand. To be able to kill a saint-level sound-type martial artist, in the entire history of music, it was extremely rare, and every song was a legend. To be able to kill a saint-level spirit general, the White Whale army was advancing quickly. on its two sides, the Black Whale Army and the Blue Whale Army, were protecting their flanks. Fu Yang was at the front of the army. He was extremely confident in his own skills. Even if it was a saint level, he was not afraid. A beautiful lady walked out from the void and smiled sweetly at him. The entire army activated the large King Kong wall, firmly protecting the entire army, preventing the poison from invading. The white-robed figure gradually became blurry in his eyes, and the wisp of smoke that dispersed once again transformed into a beautiful young lady. Wen Jiang's heart trembled with joy, and from his body, it spread to every corner of his spirit domain. But Fu Yang did not let his guard down. The three armies advancing were always on guard. The Lupu's army that appeared and disappeared like a ghost, and the Plateau army, seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Not only did this not cause Fu Yang and the rest to relax, it instead caused the pressure on them to multiply, and the exhaustion of their physical strength unknowingly increased. I have obviously already expelled the thing that was corroding out of the spirit domain. But the three armies suddenly stopped, revealing a look of caution. Losing the protection of the Rui dog, Zhong Ming he could not hold on any longer. His body fell down, and he fainted. Seeing that, Magic Flute shook his head. He was born from an aristocratic family, and knew that when the disciples of aristocratic families lacked experience, their willpower would be weaker, and the thirst in their hearts would not be strong enough. That was their common problem. Young master is famous. When Jiang's heart trembled, the face that he had yearned for day and night was so real and vivid. His arm moved, wanting to reach out and touch the face that had appeared in his dreams countless of time. There were many people paying attention to the battle. Early on, when the Honorable Martial Alliance and Cetus Constellation suffered defeat after defeat in the Poison War, there were smart people who guessed that the Honorable Martial Alliance would definitely make a move on Three Spirit City. And the thirst in their hearts were usually suppressed to an extreme, but when it erupted, the poison would become even more intense. And the poison would spread to the spirit domain of a saint, and that was another crucial point. This was the power of music, the power of the human heart. Chapter 465. Jing Hao's eyes turned red. He immediately appeared beside Tang Tian, and hugged Tang Tian. The King Kong wall that enveloped the army immediately became extremely dense. Everyone frantically activated their true power. The King Kong wall released a golden light. Countless golden Sanskrit words flowed on the surface. In the desperate situation, everyone howled like wild beasts, frantically activating their true power. It was their only chance of survival. This fool. Crane, Ling Shu, Amauri, Han Bingning and the rest, Draco Constellation's gold-ranked martial artists, each led a group of Lupu's bandits, and started to chase all the aristocratic disciples who wanted to gain merits from Ursa Major Constellation towards the Star Door. It is that whirlpool sword. Bing shook his head. You will know when the time comes. Let's save them first. Who knows how many we can save? But the result made Fu Yang feel despair. But what about the others? Fu Yang quivered, his eyes twitched. Saint rank. The opponent's speed was definitely a saint rank. Wait a minute. Fu Yang felt that the person in front of him was familiar. He looked carefully, and immediately recognized him. Sword Saint Mr. He. There was no general who liked this sort of existence that broke the balance. Even if they won, it would make his arrangements meaningless. Millions and millions of sword auras, densely packed, formed a gigantic storm. In front of the storm, they were so small, the shadow cast by the storm covered their entire field of vision. An incomparable fear surged up from the depths of their hearts. Their faces instinctively changed, and they instinctively trembled. Almost at the same time, the other two armies' King Kong walls shattered. This is troublesome. Bing slapped his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Only then did Flute and Adrian see the situation in the valley, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Star Spirit Beasts. Just at that moment, a brand new order came at a blazing speed. Bing was surprised. He had asked Adrian to persuade Flute to surrender, but the two of them looked like something had happened. He could not help but ask, what happened? Crazy Tang did it. Bing's tone was complicated. A clear shattering sound came out, causing Fu Yang to close his eyes in despair. They needed time for the martial artists to grow a step further. They needed time to complete the upgrade of the mechanical spirit weapons. They needed time to groom their own saints. They could already line up half-step saints, but they did not even have a single saint. The heavens have not forsaken me. Bing was the first to recover, and he had already started to think of his next move. Cetus constellation was finished, the 3 whale armies were destroyed, and Cetus constellation was destined to perish. At this time, they had the absolute advantage. Everyone was stunned by this scene. He had killed many people, but the scene in front of him gave him an unprecedented shock. A martial artist's life was as fragile as an ant. The King Kong wall trembled violently as if it could collapse at any moment. Because Fu Yang wanted the 3 armies to be able to coordinate with each other, the distance between them was no more than 300 feet. The 3 armies adopted a defensive stance at the same time. It was their only choice. Prepare for battle. Adrian's tears streamed down his face as he sobbed, "The hunters have fallen, and the king is dead." Adrian brought a skinny young man to Bing's front. His hoarse roar was so weak and powerless in the raging wind, but it brought a glimmer of hope to the despairing people. Just at that moment, the whirlpool sword storm that had become much thinner suddenly exploded. Countless sword auras swept out in all directions. "As long as we win, it's good," he laughed at himself. Since he was not Tang Cho, he was not interested in any famous generals. His voice was trembling, and his hands were trembling. When the King Kong wall was trained to an extremely profound level, it would produce gold words. This caused everyone to be filled with courage. Maybe they could come out alive. Fu Yang almost instinctively shouted this sentence, proving that he was a qualified military general. Could it be a group of flying type star spirit beasts? The sweeping sword radiance was like a comb, combing through every corner of the battlefield. Not a single person was left standing. The young man's whisper was so soft that it could not be heard. Fu Yang felt that his guess was not far from the truth. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from behind the cliff. The cliff in front of them exploded without any warning, and countless of rocks shot towards them like rain. But no one knew how to dodge. They were all dumbstruck. They raised their heads in stupefaction, and watched as a gigantic shadow, with a crushing force, pounced towards them. A group of figures quickly approached from afar. It was an unfamiliar army, causing everyone to immediately be on guard. Bing was startled, his expression congealed. He patted Adrian's shoulder, and turned to Lu Di. "General came at the right time, let us first save them." Fu Yang reacted. Who could cause a sword saint to be in such a difficult situation? Suddenly, his eyes stared straight. Bing puffed out a smoke ring, the corner of his mouth twitching, but it was good. One person had killed 3 armies, such a magnificent feat. Even Lion King Lei Yang did not do it in the past. After this battle, even the Honorable Martial Alliance, in the short term, would definitely not dare to have any ideas on them. Bai Sai Sai suddenly bent down and vomited. His alone. Adrian's eyes opened wide, as though he could not believe it. Isn't he tempering his spirit in the whirlpool sword? When the number of people breaking through decreased, Fu Yang's heart continued to sink. A human's survival instinct was extremely strong. One after another, light auras lit up on the martial artists in the army. They had broken through at this time. Bang! Fu Yang was the first to feel it. He was a military general, controlling all the auras. The martial artists continued to transmit their true power. The King Kong wall that was initially in danger actually stabilized. Fight. At this time, they were already too late to escape. The power of the whirlpool sword storm was gradually weakening, but the King Kong wall of the 3 armies was also at the end of the line. Although there were people breaking through, but not everyone could break through at the critical moment of life and death. The whirlpool sword storm engulfed them. The revolving sword auras outside struck the King Kong wall like a torrential rain, the concentrated sounds causing everyone to be unable to hear anything. The gigantic blossoming blood flower spread out, soaking the entire valley. The 3 armies were destroyed, the star door occupied. They were like turtles in a jar. Fu Yang's eyes turned red. He roared, "Defend." If it was just destruction, it would be fine, but the scene in front of them was too bloody and cruel. Bing was still all right. He had crawled out from a pile of corpses, and in his era, any trench could be as bloody as this. A lone figure floated above the blood flower. Their attacks entered the whirlpool sword storm, but did not even cause a ripple. The entire place was filled with a scalp-numbing shriek. The densely packed revolving sword auras brought about a gust of air, causing them to be unable to stand steadily. "We're finished." But the scene just now had long been transmitted to every corner of Heaven's Road through star treasures. Do Yong's face was as white as paper. He forcefully squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Bai Sai Sai, "Seems like we do not need to think about how to explain back to Sita's constellation." The sound came from behind the cliff in front of them, getting closer and closer. The momentum was terrifying. Fu Yang was experienced in battles, and upon hearing it, he knew that there were many of them. Dazzling sparks covered every corner of the King Kong wall. It was so glaring that no one could see clearly. Countless of blood flowers blossomed at the same time. Looking down from the sky, it was a gigantic blossoming blood flower. Oh, those three fellows, maybe. To them, the most important thing was time. The disciples were fine in battles, but upon encountering danger, they panicked. The situation had reached such a critical stage, causing everyone to be anxious. This subordinate is misty, leading the hunting net army to surrender. Before they had even finished cleaning up the battlefield, the Lupus army and the Plateau army had already taken down the Star Door, cutting off the path of retreat for the Cetus Constellation martial artists. In Sky Martial Wolf Academy, the students who had just finished changing started scolding. They did not even have to fight. The bunch of cowards had already surrendered. The young man's body fell down powerlessly. No one knew who started to surrender, but all of them started to surrender. After the battle, Tang Tian reckoned that the infamous name of human butcher would be unavoidable. He was battered and exhausted, his clothes torn and tattered, his entire body was covered in mud, even his shoes had dropped. Fu Yang could not believe his eyes. Was that the Mr. He that he revered? If he did not know, he would have thought that he was a beggar on the streets. No, the beggars of Cetus Constellation were much cleaner than him. The familiar command caused the martial artists to instinctively unleash their own attacks, the dense blade auras and sword auras behind Fu Yang's back, converging into a current, rushing towards the whirlpool sword storm. Wait a minute, it's Mr. He. Crazy Tang was fine, although he was unconscious, but his chi was stable, the frequency of his breathing, as though he was asleep. Bing glanced at Do Yong and the rest in the distance. This is misty asked with a trembling voice. The scene in front of him was too tragic. It was his first time witnessing such a tragic battlefield. The sword auras struck the King Kong wall, and were all deflected. As more and more sword auras were deflected, the originally balanced whirlpool sword storm started to show signs of slowing down and thinning. The three armies were arranged in a triangular formation, like three chisels, fiercely staring into the whirlpool sword storm. But this fellow. No, it's Mr. He. He Yu Ming's face was pale white. He was dazed. Previously he was just trying to survive, but after personally witnessing the bloody battlefield, he slumped to the ground. Misty-Eye's eyes were red and swollen. It was not only him, Adrian's eyes were also red and swollen. Such a fast speed. The war had just started, and the majority of the martial artists in Heaven's Road grew up in a peaceful environment. They were used to the killing between martial artists, but for the scene in front of them, they had never seen it before. Bing's emotions were extremely complicated. There was no deafening whistling sound, no dazzling sparks, it was a quiet and deathly valley. On top of the blood flowers, the young man floated silently. His pupils without focus, his blank face, formed a strong contrast with the massacre beneath his feet. It was filled with a bewitching beauty. He did not even place the three-whale army in his eyes. He had prepared for a long time, and was prepared to reel in the net, but he did not expect that Tang Tian, with his own strength, could slaughter the three-whale army. The trembling of the King Kong wall became more and more intense, the trembling became bigger and bigger, and the true power coming from the surroundings became weaker and weaker. Kill. Chapter 466. Crane placed the flowers on Tang Tian's bed calmly. Buy flowers? You are thinking too much. Mr. Magic Flute asked me to send them over. These flowers were given by his female fans. He felt that it would be rude to throw them away. Giving them to the patient is a blessing. Tang Tian needed to rest in bed and needed someone to take care of him, so Bing called Peeper over. Pai Pa looked gentle and soft, but she was strong on the inside. She would never compromise. With her supervising Tang Tian, everyone was relieved. It was no big deal. Without true power, he could just train again. The students of the Sky Wolf Academy, who were rubbing their palms and preparing to go all out, were dumbfounded. The battle that they expected did not happen. Once they heard that this mechanical army was led by a godly young man, everyone in Fornax took the initiative to join them. They welcomed them with smiles and kowtowed to them. Pai-Pa took out an apple from the big basket beside her and started peeling it. In front of her was a pile of apple peels. Among them, there were people from different sects. There were ancient spirit generals, powerful saints, music masters, and young geniuses. This kind of research would definitely be beneficial. Countless flowers poured down from the silver Aquarius vase, burying Tang Tian completely. It was a pity that the saint treasures of Lupu's constellation and Cetus constellation were missing. Only the saint treasures of Ursa Major constellation, Draco constellation, and Andromeda constellation were missing. Very quickly, the two of them started discussing on how to reform Fornax constellation. When the people around Tang Tian saw such comments, they would snort in disdain. He could not remember it anymore. It had been a long time. Many past events floated up in his mind. His thoughts drifted away. He thought about his life with his mother when he was young. He thought about his time at Andrew Academy. He thought about the time he spent with Qi. Bit by bit, he could not help but smile. Tang Tian laid on the bed and sighed, "Aya, if I continue to lie like this, my bones will rust." Cetus constellation was extremely important to Tang Tian. Cetus constellation and Lupu's constellation were adjacent to each other. With this, the 5 constellations could be combined into one. No one noticed that a mechanical army had quietly entered the Fornax constellation through Cetus constellation. The hungry wolves of the Sky Martial Wolf Academy swarmed towards the Fornax constellation. Sai Lei and Mo Lung personally went to Fornax constellation. When the entire Heaven's Road was shocked by Tang Tian's strength, no one would have thought that to Heaven's Road, it was just the beginning. The destruction of Cetus constellation's 3 whale army, the Star Door being snatched away, the 3 saints taking the initiative to join, countless of Cetus martial artists surrendering, in the blink of an eye, Cetus constellation was in imminent danger. And in 3 Spirit City, Zhongming he was captured and lone wolf when Jiang was killed. The only thing that comforted him was his martial soul. In military terms, the purity of his martial soul had already reached an unheard of level. He had already been bedridden for a month. With his own strength, he had gotten rid of 3 armies, but the price he had to pay was extremely heavy. His meridians were broken, and 2/3 of the bones in his body were broken. The surging true power in his body was now completely gone. After recuperating for a month, thanks to his strong physique, his bones were gradually healing. But he had always been working hard to advance, and had never thought of giving up. The advantage of having a pure martial soul was that his intuition was extremely sharp. Before Pai-Pa threw the apple out, Tang Tian had already accurately judged where the apple would land. He stretched his neck, opened his mouth wide, and the apple was immediately bitten by him. Tang Tian, before leaving, Crane wrote a like word on the guest book. Very quickly, Cetus constellation was in Tang Tian's hands. Jing Hao had never seen it before. Talking about the research of martial souls, the strongest was of course the Honorable Martial Alliance. But it was a pity that they and the Honorable Martial Alliance were like fire and water, and Jing Hao was more focused on sword techniques, and did not have much research on martial souls, so he could not explain why. This was his martial soul, the original flame spirit had disappeared, and became what it was now. Tang Tian's martial soul made everyone who saw it click their tongues in wonder. There was nothing to be depressed about. His thinking was simple: since he did not understand, then he would start researching. Asshole, my bones are itching even more. Although Qi was still far away, although his own dream had not been completed. Every day, Tang Tian's guest book would be filled with like words, and then Pai-Pa would very attentively and considerately change a new guest book for him. You guys, Gong Qing's escape, to Tang Tian, was not a bad thing. The martial artists of Cetus constellation were relatively intact. When Gong Qing was there, the resistance of the martial artists was extremely tenacious, but when the news of Gong Qing's escape spread, their morale plummeted, and the resistance almost disappeared. How long has it been since I basked in the sun like this? So without saying a word, he called Bing, the 3 saints, Magic Flute, Jing Hao, Ling Shu, Crane and the rest over. The feeling of basking in the sun is so good. There was nothing to be depressed about. Everyone immediately became interested. There was no need to mention the few saints. At their realm, the spirit domain was the core of their research. Tang Tian's little man was extremely rare and was the best research subject. And Jing Hao, Ling Shu and Crane were not far from the saint level. Their biggest problem now was to awaken the spirit domain. As a patient, you have to have the awareness of a patient. Crane's voice came out. He carried a big bouquet of flowers and walked in. Please do not add to the troubles of others. Even the saints had never seen such a unique martial spirit. Fornax constellation was one of the southern sky's 42 constellations. The southern sky constellation was the 5th grade constellation. To be able to latch onto young man Tang, what was there to hesitate about? Although many of the saints analyzed that Tang Tian was actually borrowing the power of heaven and earth, but the shocking scene was destined to remain in the hearts of countless people. Starting from scratch, using his own strength, sitting on 5 constellations, Tang Tian had already become the #1 young hero. In the eyes of the entire Heaven's Road, Tang Tian was extremely shrewd, resourceful, and filled with the aura of a tyrant. Hey, little Crane, at this time, you still say such words, aren't you adding insult to injury? Tang Tian was extremely unhappy. He noticed the flowers in Crane's hands, and mocked, little Crane, you still know how to buy flowers, are you a man? Ha 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 ha. If he could not find Qi, then he would continue to search. I am a stupid child, I do not know how to be smarter, I only know to move forward. Because with every step forward, he would be one step closer to his dream. Mr. Magic Flute's kind intentions, I have brought it, there are many things to do, I will go first. Crazy Tang, take care of your injuries. Crane smiled, and left. The development of the situation was unexpected. Everyone's eyes lit up. The only regret was that Sita's constellation's Gongqing saw that the situation was not right, and immediately with the help of the Honorable Martial Alliance, took the Saint treasure and escaped from Sita's constellation. Pai Pa was not moved, and continued to lower her head and peel the apple. Tang Tian's reputation reached the peak. The illustrious battle achievements, after Lion King Lei Yang, no one could surpass Tang Tian. And Tang Tian himself had killed 3 groups. It was as though a martial artist's individual strength was displayed to the fullest. Tang Tian watched himself being swallowed by the sea of flowers. Tang Tian basked in the sun, his entire body warm, unspeakably comfortable and healed. He half reclined on the wooden chair, in a daze. Crunch crunch, without even spitting out the core, the apple went into his stomach. Bang! But, to Tang Tian, it was not a problem. Just as Crane left, Ling Shu walked in, full of remorse. Aya, I have been training too hard recently, a young man needs to sweat under the sun. The feeling of sweating is so good. Ling Shu waved his arms, and wrote a word of praise on the guest book. Sai Lei's face was filled with excitement. No wonder there are no treasures here, the martial spirits bred from the star power are still very low level, but to us, it is a good thing. There is actually such a strange place in the world, we have picked up a treasure. Following that, Orion constellation completely fell. Orion constellation's Saint treasure fell into the hands of the Honorable Martial Alliance. Leo constellation was surrounded by enemies. Scorpio King floated out of the water, Sima Xiao sat on the Scorpio King throne, and the clan union merged with Scorpio constellation. Without any warning, Serpent constellation, Aquila constellation, and Arphiuchus constellation of the 10 equatorial palace halls merged, forming a brand new Arphiuchus constellation, proclaiming to revive the glory of the 13th ecliptic palace hall. His entire body could only move his neck. Tang Tian displayed an extremely unscrupulous attitude, and braced himself. Everyone, come and trample on me. Could it be that this godlike young man had a hobby of collecting low-level constellations? Everyone in Fornax constellation was puzzled. What was so special about Fornax constellation that was worth attacking? There were no treasures in this place, but when they thought about the weaker Lupus constellation, they finally understood. Inside his body, there was a transparent and lifelike little person that looked exactly the same as him. Finally, after enduring the waves of mockery, Tang Tian's injuries were healed, and he could get up. With me like this, no one knows what to do. Then let's use the stupid method. I will be the guinea pig, everyone will discuss and research, and we will be able to figure out something. Tang Tian, magic flute, with so many companions, who could go through life and death with him, who could fight side by side with him, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Although there were all sorts of problems, all sorts of setbacks, but so what? Everyone was trying their best to make him happy, and everyone took the initiative to shoulder all the responsibilities. The concentration of Cetus constellation's star power suddenly dropped, from 31% straight down to 22%. To express his blessings, I have brought them all. Crane said casually, and a silver Aquarius cabinet appeared in his hand. The situation in Heaven's Road was turbulent, causing everyone to feel nervous and uneasy. The martial artists of Fornax constellation cheered excitedly. They were now part of a big power, and young man Tang was extremely kind. It was because of his help to Lupu's constellation that the martial artists of Lupu's constellation became famous. No matter how bad Fornax constellation was, they were still stronger than Lupu's constellation. Even if they could not train anymore, there would definitely be other ways. Pai Pa smiled, and threw the peeled apple to Tang Tian, and said, "Master, please bear with it." Tang Tian's face exposed a smile. Compared to the time when he was still training fundamental martial techniques, his situation was much better. At least, he still had the unparalleled martial spirit. Good place. The concentration of star power is low, and the influence on our smelting and forging is low. There is an abundance of natural earth fire, and the local forging foundation is very good. With some training, they will become good craftsmen. Mo Lung was satisfied. The place was very suitable for the Mo family workshop. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Tang Tian cried on the bed, extremely irritated. Chapter 467. Tang Tian was so tired that he was gasping for breath. Earlier, he had proudly said that everyone could ravage to their heart's content, and they had indeed ravaged to their heart's content. Among the huge team, there was one special person, and that was Chen Zilin from the Immortal Martial Academy. This nameless disciple of the Immortal Martial sect was the one with the least reputation in the entire group. But he passed Long Shou Jing and Bing's test, and joined the secret group. And Leo Constellation's 4th Army, under our GUT's lead, brazenly attacked Canis Minor Constellation, and in a short few days, Canis Minor Constellation was in imminent danger. The Honorable Martial Alliance rushed over to help, but they did not expect that they would be ambushed by the 5th Army, and were completely annihilated. There was dead silence. Everyone was digesting the shock in their hearts. Everyone discovered that on each other's faces, there was fear, anticipation, confusion, and excitement. All along, people had thought that true power was the fundamental reason for a martial artist's strength, and it was also the foundation of the current martial techniques. Including blood meridians, it did not deviate from this category. The source of blood meridians' power was precisely because it contained all sorts of substances that were extremely rich in true power. Dingman said, "Let me check." On the 12th day, Canis Minor Constellation fell, and the Canis Minor Constellation Master was captured. Agute, who was known for his bravery, forced the Canis Minor Constellation Master to use the star power to attack the Saint Treasure, causing the star power of the Canis Minor Constellation to become chaotic. Since its inception, Big Dipper had become the highest level of top-secret plan in the entire corporation. At this time, Old Man Fei, who was beside Wang Xian, stood up and said solemnly, "We have already checked. Master's body does not have any blood meridians. Even infants do not have a body with zero true power. Even if you do not train in martial techniques and live naturally, the energy in the air will naturally accumulate in your body. When a parent is pregnant, energy will pass through the parent and accumulate in the baby's body. In comparison, the power system of the other forces was already very stable. It was very difficult to squeeze into the core circle of power. The inner circle of power around Tang Tian had yet to take shape. For those talents, it was undoubtedly very attractive. After the two armies retreated, Canis Minor Constellation's star power completely crumbled, and after a day, all of the star doors of Canis Minor Constellation disappeared. What a monster! Liang Feng muttered to himself. We seem to have discovered something extraordinary. In many people's eyes, Tang Tian's weaknesses and shortcomings were very attractive. If he didn't have enough people around him, it meant that there were more seats and more opportunities. Old Man Fei from Three Spirit City had specially sent out a group of blood meridian specialists led by Wang Xian. Since he did not have true power, then the power of blood meridians would most likely become Tang Tian's main fighting method, and the combination of blood meridians and martial spirit was the domain that Onyx Soul was most proficient in. Furthermore, Old Man Fei felt that the contribution of the blood meridians laboratory was insufficient, and would not let go of any opportunity to curry favor with Tang Tian. What a powerful physique! Wang Xian couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Tang Tian sweating profusely. But the chaos outside had nothing to do with Ursa Major constellation. They were quietly nurturing Big Dipper. The platoon leader of the 6th Army, Duan Qing, who had always kept a low profile, had made a name for himself. The 3 saint-level experts who had just joined Tang Tian's side knew that this was a great opportunity. If they could help Tang Tian resolve his current predicament, it would be of great help to them in the future. They were very clear, Tang Tian's rare and extreme condition, to the saints, was undoubtedly the best research subject. Wang Xian's face revealed a strange expression, and Master's physique becoming stronger has nothing to do with blood meridians, because Master's body no longer has any blood meridians. Liang Feng naturally did not want to fall behind. Do Yong, He Yu Ming and Bai Sai Sai had not achieved anything, but he too had not achieved anything. Previously, he was still holding back, but now that there were 3 more saints, the pressure on him increased. He clenched his teeth, and invited his best friend, Blade Saint Feng Yu. In a short period of time, the number of saints in Ursa Major constellation suddenly increased to 7. In that moment, Heaven's Road was speechless. Monsters! The newly joined Gui Shin Hen, Ding Man and Feng Yu all had something in common. They were all saints of neutral constellations or small constellations. It was a result that no one had expected. Everyone thought that Tang Tian's martial spirit had been tempered to an extremely pure state, but no one had expected that Tang Tian's body would actually become so tyrannical. This caused everyone to be surprised, and they started to target Tang Tian and conduct a series of strict tests, but the results were still shocking. Number 13 Bronze Mechanical Laboratory produced the most sturdy bronze, using it to create targets that were over 10 centimeters, only saints could shatter them. Martial techniques were separated by sects, but in terms of core ideology, there was no difference. Everyone was stunned hearing that, zero-energy body, no one had ever heard of it before. Beside him, the blood meridian specialists all revealed expressions of disbelief. It was not only them, everyone else's expressions were congealed. Ever since Tang Tian had fully recovered, he had displayed an extremely tyrannical body quality. After a series of battles, Tang Tian was like the sun in the sky. Although compared to others, his territory was still small and had many shortcomings, but even people who looked down on Tang Tian had to admit, in the current Heaven's Road, Tang Tian was still a top figure. With that said, everyone quietened down. It was not strange for Big Dipper to become the highest priority of the Tang Tian group. Tang Tian had personally killed 3 Equatorial Palace Hall's armies. Such astonishing might, not only did it intimidate Heaven's Road, it also allowed Bing and the rest to see the immense potential in Tang Tian's body. Wang Xian looked at the records in his hands, his heart agreeing with the word monster, but of course he was not stupid enough to agree. Liang Feng was a saint, it could be said that he had to be careful. Furthermore, Tang Tian had not stepped into the saint rank. If he did, what would his power become? Zero-energy body. Ding Man, who was done checking, stood up and said, his body is extremely weird. Not only does he not have any blood meridians, even the true power that would fuse with his flesh and blood has disappeared. His body is even cleaner than a baby. He is a true zero-energy body. No one had ever thought, if a person's body did not have the existence of energy, what would happen? Only those 2 words were suitable for him. Tang Tian's zero-energy body was undoubtedly a complete toppling of the current martial technique system. This was the first constellation to disappear from Heaven's Road in the past 1,000 years. Suddenly Crane spoke out, I have heard of it before. There is a very unorthodox method to train the body, and it is similar to the Whirlpool Sword spirit tempering technique. He was truly 100% a monster. The blood meridian specialists were extremely powerful, although these people were not successful in Onyx Soul, but their own strengths were outstanding, and Old Man Fei had picked out the elites. All of them had some skills. It was possible for one person to make a mistake, But it was impossible for so many people to make a mistake. Tang Tian, who was half dead from exhaustion, was called over to accept Ding Man's comprehensive check. Master's body quality is completely not inferior to any gold meridians. Wang Xian concluded, "This is the most tyrannical body that I have ever tested. Master's full destructive power can shatter the number 13 bronze target, which has a thickness of 12 centimeters. In terms of explosive power, Master's 50-meter sprint can break through the speed of sound. In terms of endurance, Master has already surpassed 90% of the star spirit beasts who are famed for their endurance." While checking, Tang Tian immediately fell asleep. The unprecedented whirlpool sword storm had created an unprecedented pure human-shaped martial spirit. Everyone was filled with curiosity. If Tang Tian stepped into the saint level, what would his spirit domain be like? Old Man Fei was not the only one who could adapt to circumstances. How is that possible? Although true power can also temper the body, but that is only at a low level. Such a tyrannical body, other than blood meridians, I cannot think of any other way. The one who spoke was Ding Man. As a medical saint, she had sufficient authority in this domain. The core content of the development of the martial technique system was the use of energy, and the energy-transformed body had a natural advantage in this aspect. Thus, on how to transform the body into energy was the current mainstream thought. Tang Tian, the first zero-energy body in the history of mankind. Jing Hao glanced at Crane in surprise. He did not expect Crane to know such an obscure thing, and nodded his head. There is such a method. It is called tempered sword body, but it is a martial technique of a small sect, and has long been lost. After Orion Constellation's defeat, the Lion King's move was as powerful as thunder. He used his cold and ruthless methods to tell the stars of heaven's road that he, who had created a constellation from blood and fire, was not afraid of any provocation. The constellations that were originally restless from the words of the Honorable Martial Alliance all kept quiet out of fear. Everyone was in an uproar. The people around Tang Tian were all filled with passion towards Big Dipper. The more they checked, the more serious Ding Man's expression became. It was not surprising that Tang Tian had become the hottest leader in Heaven's Road. The entire Heaven's Road was still in turmoil. The 6th Army of Leo Constellation had ambushed the 9th Gold Branch of the Honorable Martial Alliance, causing the 9th Gold Branch to be removed from the list, and after that, they pretended to retreat and set up an ambush, heavily injuring the 7th Gold Branch that came for revenge, and left calmly. Although they had personally witnessed the tests, but after hearing Wang Xian's conclusion, everyone could not help but reveal looks of surprise. Although the Sword Tempest Cyclone was very accidental, although it had the help of the Desolate Barebone, but the might that Tang Tian had displayed was of a strategic grade. Even if the power was weakened by a few times, it was still of a strategic grade. And the speed that broke through the speed of sound was seen as one of the symbols of a saint. Ever since Canis Minor Constellation, one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, was erased from Heaven's Road and disappeared. The sky that revolved around Tang Tian was named Big Dipper. Tang Tian was like a lab rat, required to undergo complicated and strange tests. The team of 3 saints instantly swelled to 9 people, and out of the 6 new people, there were 2 saints, Spear Saint Gui Shinhen and Medicine Saint Ding Man. The other 4 were spirit martial artists that specialized in researching martial spirits, an old man that was immersed in theory and research, Mr. Guari who had strange ideas, and the trump card martial techniques lecturer from Sexton's constellation. Any powerhouse, towards a strategic grade power, would never be stingy with manpower, resources, and financial resources. Chapter 468. And what made everyone even more suspicious was, how was Tang Tian going to fight? No matter how pure the martial spirit was, without energy, it could not form a spirit domain, so what was the use? Feng Yu's spirit domain was very special, called Boiling Moon. They were all extremely shallow fundamental martial techniques, but the frequency was so fast that He Yuming's eyes could not catch it. The worst thing was, every attack was extremely powerful. He Yuming felt as though he was being trampled by a group of wild beasts. Bang! Shattered aura, no true power, no true power. He Yuming's face changed, he used his sword to block in front of him, and his fists fiercely clashed with the sword. Bang! Tang Tian instinctively waved his fists, blocking Feng Yu's blade aura torrent, and muttered something. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Although he already knew that Tang Tian's speed could break through the sound barrier, but to be directly in front of him, that intense pressure, caused He Yuming to squint his eyes. Although Tang Tian did not have true power, and was unable to form a spirit domain, but his extremely pure martial spirit allowed his intuition and judgment to reach an unimaginable level. The surrounding was dead silent. Tang Tian's figure became blurry. The simplest fundamental fist technique was extremely fast. Like a torrential storm, it forcefully formed a formless barrier in front of Tang Tian. The blade aura torrent clashed with it, splashing loudly, but was unable to move it at all. But he was currently a zero-energy body, and did not have any true power in his body. Without true power, how could he use the spiraling energy? If Feng Yu knew what Tang Tian was thinking, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. Regardless of how one looked at it, it was not a good response. In actual combat, the bigger the movement, the bigger the flaws. Tang Tian was currently like that, but all the dazzling shattered auras, surrounded him like mist, were formed by him shattering the blade auras. Shattered auras, were also energy. Since he could take revenge and gain benefits, He Yuming wanted to show off his skills. But Tang Tian had already started to put it into practice. When he started to punch, he would bring the spiraling energy, but the effect was not good, because it would cause the frequency of his punches to decrease greatly. He tried all sorts of methods, and very quickly realized, without true power, the spiraling energy could not be formed. Before he finished speaking, the air in front of him suddenly exploded, and a circle of white mist spread out in all directions. No. I want to spin too. The stopwatch in Wang Xian's hand clearly showed the time of the battle, 8 seconds. The flaw that He Yuming's sword had disappeared. I really want to fight to my heart's content. What's going on? Think about it. If you were to be chased by the terrifying Sword Tempest Cyclone for a few days and nights, and then watch as the Sword Tempest Cyclone killed 3 armies like vegetables, no matter how tenacious a person was, he would definitely have a shadow in his heart. Everyone jumped in fright. These blade radiances were the size of a palm, and there were countless of them, all of them sharp and biting cold. Old He. Do Yong thought of a possibility, and a sympathetic expression appeared on his face. Maybe the trauma from last time is too deep. Tang Tian immediately felt strenuous. Every blade of light had an intense rotation, causing its power to increase abruptly. He Yuming felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. He simply swung his arm, and the direction of the sword tip changed again. Tang Tian did not even think about it, whether it was realistic or not, whether it was possible or not. He only had one thought, which was to spin. In a short period of time, both parties were as fast as lightning, continuously changing moves 5 times that the naked eye could not catch. He Yuming's forehead was covered in perspiration. The sword in his hand was actually unable to stab out. He Yuming, who flew out, was like a sandbag, drawing a beautiful arc, and landed heavily on the ground, unconscious. He Yuming trained in sword techniques, and his spirit domain was wind listening. Upon activating the spirit domain, he could grasp any change in the airflow within a 500 m radius. And his sword technique was called wind listening sword. From the minute changes in the airflow, he could find the opponent's flaw. Asshole. The first to suffer was He Yuming. Feng Yu was not surprised. The moon beneath his feet became even brighter, the blade auras became even sharper. They started to spin intensely, surging towards Tang Tian. After being chased for so long, he was in such a sorry state, he had lost all his face. When He Yuming heard that Tang Tian wanted a sparring partner, without saying a word, he was the first to rush over. Who knew that Tang Tian was like a spring? His posture returned to normal, and as though he had foresight, He Yuming's sword tip had just stopped, and Tang Tian's body had just completed the change. Tang Tian saw that Feng Yu was ready, and shouted, "Begin!" So fast. Although Tang Tian had many weird moves, but He Yuming still firmly believed that only the saint level was the peak of martial artists. Tang Tian rushed in front of him. Without any fancy moves, he punched out. He Yuming's wrist had just flicked, his sword had not even pierced out. When Tang Tian's gaze exploded, he had also seen through the landing point of the sword. His footwork quietly changed, his upper body shrinking. In mid-air, Tang Tian suddenly retracted his fist to the side of his chest. His body was like a bow, his gaze sparkled as though it was about to ignite. He welcomed the blade aura torrent without dodging. 8 seconds to defeat a saint level, such a thing had never been heard of before. It must be He Yuming himself that had a problem. Breaking the sound barrier, the dazzling blade aura torrent suddenly gushed out from the crescent blade in Feng Yu's hands, and pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was also eager to try. He had been tormented by these fellows recently. All sorts of weird tests made him feel like he was a circus animal. Many of the tests were extremely boring. The most important thing was, through these tests, he became more and more familiar with his new body. Punching and kicking, trampling. His desire to fight also became stronger. A daring thought lit up his heart like lightning. He Yuming only felt as though he was being rammed by a wild beast. He finally knew, to be able to shatter a 12 cm size 13 bronze target, what kind of concept was that? His body flew out. Bang! Tang Tian's body had become a rarely seen zero-energy body, but his martial spirit was extremely pure. In everyone's eyes, it was inconceivable, extremely contradictory. A figure carrying a blade stepped into the field. Let me. Tang Tian's transformation made He Yuming feel unspeakably uncomfortable. The sword in his hand actually could not pierce out. When this thought popped out, all the other thoughts in Tang Tian's mind were swept away. Everyone's expression was dumbstruck. They opened their mouths wide, staring blankly at Tang Tian. The field was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Tang Tian was also shocked, but following that, his reaction made everyone surprised. Tang Tian fiercely stomped on the ground and rushed forward at an even faster speed. Bang! The sound barrier exploded again. Tang Tian left after images and suddenly appeared in front of He Yuming. Other than venting his anger, Sword Saint, he still had his own plans. With so many saints, how to stand out was a problem that he had to ponder over. The simplest method was to let young man Tang see his own strength. Feng Yu did not panic. The curved blade in his hand swung slightly. The air bubbles around him were immediately attracted to his curved blade. The curved blade swung towards Tang Tian. His eyes were filled with fanaticism as he stared at He Yuming. His fists clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard, and he said, "I'm coming." But he was after all a saint, with rich battle experience. He maintained his composure. Tang Tian had many flaws. He lacked the spirit domain. His entire body was full of flaws. He Yuming's wrist shook again. The sword tip trembled, and was about to pierce out. Everyone suddenly understood, and felt that Do Yong's words were very reliable. "Are you the only one who knows how to spin?" An intense pain came from his chin. Before he lost consciousness, He Yuming still did not understand. How did he lose? Bang bang bang. At the moment both parties came into contact, Tang Tian bellowed, and punched out. The blade in Feng Yu's hand was very short, roughly 5 feet long, and shaped like a crescent moon. Tang Tian's gaze became even brighter. His body was like a leaf in the wind, and swayed exaggeratedly. Tang Tian waved his fists frantically, but was still unable to stop his body, and was slowly pushed back by the torrent of blade auras. No matter how hard he tried, his body was slowly pushed back. But Tang Tian very quickly used actual combat to tell them his terrifying battle instincts. As long as there was air, his sword techniques could unleash astonishing power. Tang Tian became even more excited. He suddenly realized he did not seem to have changed much from before. He suddenly thought of the last time he killed a saint. It was a brainless torrential downpour. No one understood. How did Tang Tian win? They only saw He Yuming's wrist twitching strangely, and then he was originally motionless, like a wooden pole, and was sent flying by Tang Tian's fist. Tang Tian was enraged, smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. The young lad's spiraling energy back then was also very experienced and proficient. Suddenly being forced into a difficult situation by the method he was proficient in, Tang Tian's unhappiness and rage increased exponentially. That year when he created the spiraling energy, he was complacent for a very long time. Everyone's gaze turned to Do Yong and Bai Sai Sai. He did not dare to be careless. His spirit domain was fully opened, his sword pointed at Tang Tian, and he concentrated. And it was even stronger than Feng Yu's. Although until now, the martial artist still did not understand the essence of the martial spirit, but without question, The martial spirit and energy had an extremely deep connection. For example, the spirit domain of the saint rank was the martial spirit's imitation of energy. Although he did not have true power in his body, but the quality of his body became even stronger, this kind of brainless fighting method became even more powerful. The other saints all revealed astonished expressions. The energy around Feng Yu's surroundings became extremely dense and active. Breaking the sound barrier, the torrent of blade auras seemed to have crashed into a reef and instantly scattered. The berserk and chaotic airflow, in He Yu Ming's eyes, became extremely clear. He could clearly judge where Tang Tian would land. His wrist flicked, and he was about to swing his sword. His blood immediately boiled. Who's next? Feng Yu stepped into the field. A dazzling light spot beneath his feet became brighter, like a full moon. One after another, tiny bubbles emerged from the full moon, floating around him, like boiling water. Blade Saint Feng Yu, who was invited by Liang Feng, immediately piqued everyone's interest. Saints were usually not familiar with each other. Everyone was filled with curiosity towards each other's spirit domain. Chapter 469. Liang Feng and the rest were already planning to advise Tang Tian to focus on constructing the spirit domain. Not like this. Just like that. The dim and dangerous moon aura torrent suddenly rushed towards Tang Tian, who was surrounded by light. The other saints were shocked by Feng Yu's strength. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, saints were already unreachable, and in their eyes, saints were already the strongest existences in the world. But among the saints, there were still differences in strength. The doubts brought by the zero energy body did not even have this doubt, causing the saints to feel troubled. Since everyone had never seen the zero energy body before, it was natural that they did not understand what it would do. But the spirit domain was something that every saint would spend their entire life to research, but all those common knowledge, laws, when used on Crazy Tang, were completely useless. Tang Tian muttered to the martial spirit little man in his heart. If Tang Tian could comprehend this technique, then it would definitely be a weapon to attack a city. In a battle, as long as Tang Tian was released, everything would be settled once and for all. Tang Tian muttered in his heart, absorb a little more, absorb a little more. Once the blade aura torrent appeared, all the saints regained their senses, their faces changed. The moon aura in the torrent was no longer a complete crescent moon, but a broken blade aura. Feng Yu firmly grasped the initiative. His true power seemed to be endless. This was the strength of a saint. The spirit domain was able to spontaneously absorb energy, to replenish the true power lost. So, upon stepping into the saint level, the use of true power would decrease. This made everyone feel extremely weird. To normal people, the spirit domain was mysterious and unfathomable, but to the saints, the spirit domain was not a secret. There were two conditions to form the spirit domain. One was the purity of the martial spirit, the other was the understanding of the martial technique laws. Tang Tian was enraged. Asshole, use all your strength to suck milk. But every light belt was spinning at an astonishing speed, producing a kai-kai sound. Amidst the surging moon blade torrent, countless of broken auras were like mist, being stirred up by the airflow, scattering and dispersing. But there were a few broken auras that were not affected by the airflow, slowly flying towards Tang Tian. However, although Tang Tian's martial spirit was extremely pure, it did not form a spirit domain. Two fragments of light slowly flew over. Before the light fragments could reach Tang Tian, they were annihilated in the air. Don't spin like that. Do you even know how to spin? Around his body, there were dazzling ribbons of light circling around him. As expected of a godlike young man, saints would spend all their energy on constructing and perfecting their spirit domains. Every punch of his was aimed at the weakest point of the torrent of moonlight. Crane, Ling Shu and the rest were shocked by Feng Yu's might. The space around Feng Yu, the energy suddenly became extremely unstable and extremely dangerous. Tang Tian's eyes lit up like stars. This thought gave him a glimmer of hope. Being suppressed by Feng Yu's moon blade torrent, Tang Tian was extremely sullen. At this time, as long as there was a way, he was willing to try it. The surging torrent of moonlight rushed in front of him. The broken auras suddenly splashed out. The scene was extremely spectacular. The one who was surprised was medical Saint Ding Man. She was sharp enough to sense, inside the dazzling torrent, there seemed to be something forming. Feng Yu's expression was solemn, his eyes exploding with light. The moonspots beneath his feet floated up, becoming even more concentrated, big light bubbles exploding around him. If the previous, boiling moon, was just the initial boiling, then now, it was the complete boiling. The saints were all prepared to take action, to prevent Tang Tian from being unable to hold on, and they had to take action to save him. Suddenly, someone exclaimed softly. How could a martial spirit control energy that did not belong to him? No one had told him before, so Tang Tian decided to first attract the energy over. A sesame seed-sized broken aura slowly floated towards him. Someone shouted, everyone was startled. Did something happen to Tang Tian again? When they saw that Tang Tian was being suppressed by Feng Yu, the saints heaved a sigh of relief. All of them had smiles on their faces. Bang! How pure was Tang Tian's martial spirit? But, if you think that my boiling moon is only limited to this, then you are underestimating me too much. Just a little bit of advantage, after accumulating time and time again, the effect produced cannot be underestimated. The martial spirit little person suddenly moved, raising his right arm, his palm extended out. Before entering the saint level, the control of true power was the complicated meridians, and after entering the saint level, the control of true power was the spirit domain. He Yu Ming definitely had a psychological shadow, and was unable to perform properly. That was why he was so easily defeated by Tang Tian. Tang Tian's expression almost froze, although he did not hope for it to be like a whale sucking in all rivers, but one was too shabby. Again, Tang Tian was overjoyed. This brat is pretty smart. 1. Everyone was dumbstruck. They stared blankly at the dazzling light. Wait a minute, what is that? Tang Tian bang bang bang. On one side he quickly waved his fists, and at the same time, he thought of a way to use his martial spirit to control the broken aura. For example, there was once a saint, Wang Shan, known as Bomb King. His spirit domain was very unorthodox. He could control the energy inside the star rocks and cause them to explode. No one dared to provoke this saint. The high-level star rocks contained a terrifying amount of energy, and the power of the explosion was even more astonishing. And this saint was a rich and overbearing tyrant. Once he made a move, it would be hundreds and thousands of star rocks. That kind of continuous explosion scene could instantly destroy an entire city. Even the blade aura was unable to withstand such a terrifying power, and broke. Feng Yu also admired Tang Tian. It was not that he had never seen martial artists with high physiques. For example, the martial artists that walked the path of Onyx Soul, the blood meridians he absorbed were strong enough. Their physiques would not be inferior to Tang Tian. Feng Yu also noticed Tang Tian's strange state, but he did not have time to think. It was rather strenuous for him to control this state. He slowly waved the curved blade in his hand. This is the power that a saint should have. Tang Tian stabilized his body. He was like a nail, firmly stuck in the torrent of moon aura. Tang Tian knocked out He Yu Ming in 6.8 seconds. It made every saint almost go crazy. What a joke, to step into the saint level. All of them had put in a lot of effort. It was extremely shocking, but Tang Tian used such an unreasonable method to easily knock him out. It made their hearts unable to accept it. But, just by relying on fundamental fist techniques, to be able to contend against their own boiling moon, that was something that had never happened before. Inside the light, Tang Tian's flustered and exasperated scolding came out. Liang Feng and the rest's faces congealed. They could feel it even more clearly. The space around Feng Yu was faintly showing signs of instability. No one would have thought that Feng Yu, who had always been low profile, had actually reached such a realm. Tang Tian was overjoyed. He placed all of his attention on the torrent of moon aura in front of him. The torrent of moon aura was extremely turbulent, but Tang Tian had continuously released so many fists, and had some insights. It was so pure that they could not even imagine it. When everyone's gaze landed on Tang Tian, they were stunned again. And this time, without needing Tang Tian's nagging, the martial spirit little person's hand was raised again. It was a spirit domain and not a martial spirit. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Look, crazy Tang, well done. That's it. Suck it over. Suck it over. Tang Tian's martial spirit was not only in the shape of a human, its facial features were exquisite, vivid and lifelike. It was unprecedentedly exquisite. And in the actual test, it had proven their guesses. Tang Tian's martial spirit was already close to perfection. Everyone present was not mediocre. Ding Man's slight surprise immediately attracted everyone's attention. The martial spirit was a spirit formed from energy, and the spirit domain was a region formed from the martial spirit's imitation of the laws of nature. In this region, the deployment of true power was completely based on the martial artist's own set of rules. They had long realized that if the martial spirit was pure to a certain level, the formation of the spirit domain would become very easy. It was just that the spirit domain formed like that was not strong enough. And when the martial spirit was tempered to a certain level, improving again was even harder than gaining enlightenment on martial techniques. This fellow, the last ray of blade aura collided with Tang Tian's barrier and exploded into fragments. Only then did Tang Tian's figure was exposed. But Tang Tian was like a wild beast that did not know fatigue. He did not let go of any loopholes in the torrent of moon auras. Maybe this could only allow him to destroy a few more moon auras, but the frequency of his fundamental fist technique was extremely high, and the number of punches he released was equally astonishing. Before the martial spirit formed the spirit domain, without the power of laws, it was impossible to control true power. Other than a freak, everyone could not think of any other words to describe this fellow. But the saint's research on the spirit domain was obviously not limited to this level. Idiot, it's a spiral. It's not a rotation. Maybe he could use that energy. The number of moon auras released by Feng Yu was astonishing. It was endless, its quantity completely made up for its weakness. It was a stupid method, but it was undoubtedly an extremely effective method. A long time ago, the saints understood, the stronger the martial spirit, the closer its shape would be to a human. This could be seen directly after death. Spirit generals were born from the martial spirit. All spirit generals were human-shaped. But such a pure martial spirit actually did not form a spirit domain. Tang Tian started to try to use the drifting energy. The only way he could think of was to use his own martial spirit. Ordinary martial artists, even if they were saints, would definitely not think of using the martial spirit to control the energy, because the martial spirit was unable to control energy. This was a common occurrence. As though feeling the anger in Tang Tian's heart, the martial spirit little person's efficiency increased by quite a bit. Another small hand was raised, and 4 shattered auras flew over. This time, there were 2 more flying shattered auras. The shattered auras did not even have the time to disperse, and were strangely absorbed into the light belt around Tang Tian. One after another, the light belts circled around Tang Tian at different angles, like the rings of satellites. The whistling torrent of light auras suddenly dimmed. It looked as though it was not as powerful as before. In the boiling space, Feng Yu's figure became blurry. All the flaws that flashed by were all small flaws. Not only were they extremely hard to catch, they were also useless in the battle. This was also why the saints, no matter how they looked at it, felt that Tang Tian was a freak. Tang Tian did not have true power in his body. The saints did not think much of it. There were many spirit domains that borrowed external energy. Chapter 470. Tang Tian thought about it and nodded. All right. Fortunately, he was fine. This thing could eat spirit cards. What was going on? Yaya was about the same size as the little man. The little man's appearance was extremely similar to Tang Tian's, but it was more exquisite and beautiful. It was like a porcelain doll, expressionless and neatly dressed. Yaya, on the other hand, was chubby. She had short legs and hands, a fat butt, and a meaty face. Yaya was even happier. Voila, he took out his drum set from somewhere and started beating it madly. Thus, everyone split into 2 groups. One group researched on reducing energy transformation, and most of them were blood meridian specialists. The other group researched on reducing spirit domain transformation, and these people were all saints. Liang Feng said in a low voice, His Majesty seems to only be able to control the energy that has been defeated, but not the other party's saber gleam. Furthermore, His Majesty seems to be unable to control it as he wishes. What a bootlicker. I'm going to take a bath. The radiance was as dazzling as the sun, incomparably dazzling. Everyone nodded. When he saw the martial spirit little man eating the spirit cards like biscuits, catcher catcher catcher, he was dumbfounded. The martial spirit little person slowly floated up from the ground, with a halo around it. It circled around Yaya, flying faster and faster. The martial spirit minion tilted its face and looked at Yaya, while Yaya stared blankly at the martial spirit minion. But what shocked Tang Tian the most was, the martial spirit dwarf could eat spirit card. The two of them brought the saint treasures of their respective constellations. Your Majesty, it's not appropriate to leave the sacred treasure with us. I think Your Majesty should fuse with the holy treasure to calm the people. Bang! Tang Tian did not know the division of labor of these people. He was communicating with the martial spirit minion. Everyone cursed in their hearts that these sage-level masters still had some self-confidence in their identities. They were also much older than Tang Tian, so it was hard for them to say the word His Majesty, but Liang Feng could say it as soon as he opened his mouth. Yaya's head drooped. There was no change in the little person. She stared at Tang Tian with her eyes wide open. The circle of light rotated in rhythm with the drum set. He tried to give the martial spirit minion another spirit card, but the martial spirit minion ate it cleanly with a catcha-catcha sound, then looked at Tang Tian blankly. She only eats and doesn't poop. Why is she like Yaya? Tang Tian muttered. Tang Tian was even more dumbfounded. Even a saint could not look directly at such a dazzling light. Their vision was filled with whiteness. A shockwave so strong that it caused one's heart to palpitate swept out like a hurricane. Everyone's face changed. A few saints immediately blocked in front of the blood meridian specialists, activating their true power barriers. Ding 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 ding, the broken air currents struck their barriers, sparks flying everywhere. Ding Man nodded his head. Zero energy body, we can call it de-energization. Tang Tian's method of controlling energy is completely not through the spirit domain, so can you call it removing the spirit domain? Yaya's eyes were shining, and her mouth dragged out a long yi, full of surprise and joy. He rummaged around on his body, and took out a star rock, and eagerly gave it to the martial spirit minion. Catcha catcha. Yi. The torrent of moonlight fiercely clashed with the light around Tang Tian's body. With 7 sages, no one should dare to stop him. Tang Tian was dumbstruck, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Everyone had their own thoughts, but there was one point, Big Dipper's plan so far. These two discoveries were already extremely shocking. Bang! Tang Tian gave it again. The martial spirit minion ate the star rock with a catcha-catcha sound, and took out a spirit card from nowhere, and gave it to Yaya. The true power barrier was the most commonly used defensive method of a saint, and after obtaining the spirit domain, the true power barrier became simple and practical. And the removal of the spirit domain made everyone feel a chill. Tang Tian's gaze suddenly landed on Yaya, and immediately his eyes lit up. He purposely put on a gloomy face. Yaya, I'll give you one day, teach this fool. Oh, I'll call you little fool from now on. What is spiraling energy? Do you know the simple spiraling energy? Feng Yu, who was not far away, forcefully used this technique, and like a wooden pillar, he fell to the ground and fainted. Ding Man immediately appeared beside Feng Yu, checked, and raised his head. There's nothing serious, I used too much strength. Tang Tian grabbed Yaya's leg with one hand, and the martial spirit minion's leg with the other, and lifted the two brats in front of him, his expression unkind. Minion, I told you not to spin like this, and you still haven't learned it. The problem of strength that Tang Tian was most worried about was solved, and the haze in his heart was immediately swept away. There was nothing better than improving one's own strength, and when the Big Dipper plan was over, he decided to continue moving forward, and find Qi. In the chaotic and turbulent times, the news of Ursa Major constellation did not attract much attention. Walking out of the room, Tang Tian stopped. He was surprised. The star power concentration of Ursa Major constellation seemed to have increased. The fusion of the constellation required the saint treasures of the constellation to be fused together. Although removing the energy transformation was subversive, but it was more useful for ordinary martial artists when it came to saint-level battles. Unless it was close combat, removing the energy transformation's physique was not enough to make the saint-level experts jealous. Jing Hao stood out. Let me try, I'm also very curious. Long Shou Jing and Angelina came together. Both of them had serious expressions. Obviously there was something important. When the light aura dissipated, an astonishing big pit appeared in front of everyone. Hearing Ding Man's words, Tang Tian relaxed, and continued to educate the martial spirit minion. If you turn it correctly, we might win. What was Tang Tian scolding? Crane also stood out. I also want to try. Tang Tian gave it another one. With a fierce face, he left angrily. Seeing Tang Tian's gloomy face, Yaya nodded his head. It swallowed the swallowing light steel fist. It naturally knew the simple spiraling energy. The reason why saints were so strong was because they had spirit domains. If they could control energy, and did not need spirit domains, then their advantage would decrease. Angelina said, Master Shou Jing is right. Ding Man looked at him, and thought, this fellow still has a bit of a gentleman's demeanor. Tang Tian also had a headache. How could he teach the minion how to use the spiraling energy? How could this fellow be so stupid? He jumped out of the deep pit with a face of displeasure. The drumming stopped abruptly. Tang Tian was shocked by his own brilliant idea, and left complacently. What was going on? Tang Tian's face was distorted. He clenched his teeth fiercely. You two are playing with me. Looking at Tang Tian's back, everyone became quiet. 2 saints successively fell in front of Tang Tian. That was obviously not a coincidence. Even the most stubborn saint would think about how deep Tang Tian's strength was. Tang Tian was happy, and laughed out loud. Actually, you two are brothers, right? The martial spirit minion's expression was a little dazed. Suddenly his eyes lit up, his 2 small fists clenched tightly, as though he was holding back his energy. The surrounding air started to revolve. In a moment, a bright halo formed around him. The halo started to revolve faster and faster. She coughed, and said, let me go first. From the looks of it, Tang Tian's strength is definitely enough to contend with a normal saint. His outstanding physique, and pure martial spirit's intuition and judgment, is also extremely terrifying. When these two are combined, their might is rather astonishing. Just now, Tang Tian even displayed another use of his martial spirit, which is to control the energy around him. I have 2 questions. One is, Tang Tian's physique is actually given to him by the zero energy body, or does his body have a secret that we do not know of? The second question is, how does Tang Tian's martial spirit control energy? Regarding the zero energy body, I think we can try it. Bing muttered, from Tang Tian's experience, it is the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. Then can we say, the sword auras have the ability to remove energy bodies? If it is, then what about the other auras? What about the blade auras? Also, the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique's effect is so good, can we lower its intensity? Make it more universal? I think we need to try it. Tang Tian, whose clothes were in tatters, black smoke curling up, stood in the pit and scolded, how stupid are you? I said not to spin like that. You still want to spin like that? You don't even know how to spin. What else can you do? What's the use of having you? Babbling sounds came out from behind Tang Tian. Yaya, who was bouncing around, saw the little martial spirit person, and was stunned. I'll leave it to you. Oh, this is the homework, I'll check on it tomorrow. If little fool does not learn it, the 2 of you can just wait to be taken care of by me. Yaya became even more excited, jumping up and down, hitting the drum crazily. The little flag on his butt fluttered, looking extremely flirtatious. Bing had an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and said, all right, since that fool is not here, everyone can speak freely. He was the most suitable person to take charge of the situation. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but still felt suspicious. Yaya beamed with joy. Crunch, 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 he ate the spirit cards. Bing was obviously more interested in the first question regarding the removing energy transformation and removing spirit domain transformation. Bing's vision was completely different from the rest. Saints pursued the pinnacle of individual strength, but what Bing cared about was the increase in overall strength. If the removing energy transformation was truly effective, it would obviously be more widely used. Ling Shu raised his eyebrows. I'll do it too. Long Shou Jing said with deep meaning. After a while, Tang Tian then reacted. To teach the martial spirit person how to spin, he thought of all sorts of ways to torment the martial spirit person. Thus, he had many new discoveries. For example, the martial spirit person could fly out of his body, and would not disappear, leaving behind a dazed little fool with his eyes wide open, and a distressed Yaya scratching his head. Yaya, about Bear Egg, we still have not settled the score. Everyone became silent. On that day, Draco constellation and Andromeda constellation merged into Ursa Major constellation. Ursa Major constellation's light aura flourished. The new Ursa Major constellation, all the constellation's star power density rose sharply. After playing for half an hour, this rascal had eaten an unknown number of spirit cards. Only then did Tang Tian stop. After sizing it up for a long time, there were no changes. The little rascal's stomach did not even swell. No one knew, the Big Dipper 7 stars that had been sealed for many years, the star door had once again opened. Chapter 471. Qi smiled, but did not say much. Everyone had different pursuits, and liked different things. But outside of Ursa Major constellation, it was like a raging fire. The battle between the Honorable Martial Alliance and Leo constellation continued to heat up, both sides were extremely intense, and the flames of war continued to spread. From Ah Shin's mouth, Qi Shangguan finally found out. The bronze plate on Tang Tian's body was actually not the Southern Cross constellation's treasure, but the Southern Cross Army's commander, in the most critical moment, sealed the Southern Cross Army's moving star door. At that moment, his heart stopped beating. In the past few years, she had swept through the entire ancient battlefield, and had a lot of gains. The indistinct clue seemed to be surfacing soon. Thinking about Brother Tian's secret, Qi's expression congealed. A voice that could not be more familiar, one that had appeared in his dreams countless times, rang out behind him with a trembling voice that seemed to have penetrated through countless years. He was prepared to barge into Big Dipper alone, but Hand Towel blocked him, as though he was saying that if His Majesty were to go, this official would die. Tang Tian's heart started to tremble, and could only give up. Qi Shangguan knew that Ah Shin was extremely powerful when he was alive. Because it was the first time Ah Shin's troops made her feel troubled, and she had 5 times more troops than Ah Shin. It was a spirit general called Ah Shin. He was inspecting the star door, and after a moment, he raised his head. I can't teleport. Ah Shin was handsome and refined. He did not have the aura of a military general, but instead looked like a poet or an artist. 5 minutes later, Ah Shin, who was slapped by the machete, was once again carried by Xiao Ran to the front of Qi Shangguan, with a satisfied look. General, the next time this Scorpio spy is not obedient, let me do it again. Qi Shangguan, who had her back facing the two of them, did not hear Ah Shin's pleas. Her face was flushed red, her heart was thumping hard. I am about to contact Brother Tian, what should I say? Ah Shin quivered, and jumped up. General, I will make the star door. How to contact Tang Tian, was the question that Qi Shangguan had been thinking about day and night. Until he met Xiao Ran, Qi Shangguan immediately thought of an idea. Xiao Ran was a martial artist of the Arphiuchus army, and since the Arphiuchus army had such an intelligent spirit general, then the spirit generals of the Southern Cross army must also have such spirit generals. And the current Ursa Major constellation was sparsely populated, so Tang Tian allowed Hua Ma to continue moving the Lupus race towards Ursa Major constellation. Suddenly, the bronze starry door behind him lit up. It had been a long time since he last came to the barracks. It felt very familiar. Tang Tian shook his head. How could this godlike youth's martial soul be stupid and stupid? In the depths of her eyes, a trace of gentleness flashed. She recalled the time she had spent in Starwind City the most. After that, when Immortal Constellation Mountain regained control of the Shangguan clan, it was because of the crisis. He could not bear to see the collapse of the clan, and had no choice but to step forward. Now that he had brought the army to conquer, it was all for Tang Tian. With the appearance of the Big Dipper star door, the surging star power surged out from the star door, continuously entering Ursa Major constellation. The concentration of Ursa Major constellation's star power started to rise continuously. Even the original Andromeda constellation and Draco constellation, which were now called Fairy region and Draco region, also continued to rise. The citizens of the two constellations were all cheering. But we can communicate through words. Ah Shin smiled. The black mass of spirit generals gathered in one area and started to dig downwards. Tang Tian was gloomy, everyone was immersed in the Big Dipper plan, and even the fusion of the Saint treasures was extremely cold and cheerless. Following that, the desolate bare bone released a throbbing sound. Tang Tian sensed it, and sent people to search in that direction, but he did not expect to find a new star door. In the next moment, she opened her eyes, the hesitation in her eyes swept away, and she regained her usual sharpness. 2 hours later, a bronze star door appeared in front of Qi Shangguan. The Bronze Star door was the classic style of the Southern Cross Army. If Tang Tien was here, he would definitely recognize that the Bronze Star door was exactly the same as the one in the 07 Army barracks. The current training in the barracks, to him, was a piece of cake. The feeling of passing through all the subjects at least once was extremely satisfying. She had some guesses about Brother Tien's father's identity, but she needed more clues. What was even more unexpected was that the star door was actually connected to the Big Dipper that had been sealed for many years. Xin's tactics were extremely sinister and could not be defended against. After fighting for 3 days, Qi Shangguan still defeated the troops and captured Xin. Xiao Man did not like Xin at all and often muttered, "Why does the Southern Cross Army have such a ghostly person? Is he a spy sent by the Scorpio Army?" This was the place where the 3 big armies fought, and there were countless of spirit generals floating around, but the majority of them were low-level spirit generals without intelligence. To be able to find a spirit general with intelligence in the Southern Cross Army, Qi Shangguan brought Xiao Man to battle everywhere, and finally found a spirit general with intelligence in the Southern Cross Army. He felt that fighting all the way to the Southern Cross constellation would be more reliable. There was no need for him to worry. Tang Tien spent all his time on training. Regardless of when, strength was the most important, and the most trustworthy. To prevent the news from leaking out, Hand Towel built a camp near the star door, and concealed it. Although Tang Yi volunteered to explore Big Dipper, he was rejected by Tang Tien. Exploring foreign lands was never suitable for an army. An army was a huge target, and their movements were not as smooth as a martial artist. In the past, all these training subjects were difficult for him to achieve, but now, he could easily complete them. "Are they all cleared?" Qi asked. She sat up straight, her dark green military uniform was spotless, her black hair draped over her shoulders, her beautiful face had a trace of fatigue. Yaya and Little Fool were playing happily. Under Yaya's gestures, Little Fool finally learned how to spiral. Tang Tien could not help but sigh. Unknowingly, he had grown to such a stage. When he was with Qi, he was still training in fundamental martial techniques. Just thinking about it made him excited. Big Dipper was the essence of Ursa Major constellation, but the star door that led to Big Dipper had disappeared for many years, and now that it was reopened, Tang Tien was filled with anticipation. Tang Tien was rooted to the ground. She stood up and ordered, "With this place as the center, in a radius of 100 m, dig everything out." Everyone was obsessed with the Big Dipper plan, and it was hard for him to even meet them, much less bring them to Southern Cross constellation. He was not arrogant to the point of thinking that he could barge into Southern Cross constellation alone. Plop, Xin knelt down on both knees, tears streaming down his face filled with remorse. Hearing that, Xiao Man curled her lips. "What violence? We are marching to war. If we don't fight and kill, do you think we are going to make soup? General, please spare me that kind of life. I would rather die on the battlefield, it would be more satisfying." Xin initially ignored Qi Shangguan, until Qi Shangguan asked about the bronze plate, then Xin's attitude changed. Aside from training, he would think about the training that he did not complete in the barracks, and decided to take a stroll. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, he was now the constellation master of Ursa Major constellation. If he were to run out, he would definitely be surrounded and used to deal with Ursa Major constellation. If he could not fight them, then he could only use his wits. He did not need to worry about the internal affairs, and there were no wars recently, so Ursa Major constellation was peaceful. Tang Tien was now infamous, and the few constellations beside him, who would dare to provoke him? But, to Tang Tien, that was too far away. But, no one cared about him. Big Brother Tien. Forget it, for such a stupid martial spirit, it was not easy for him to learn the spiral technique. Tang Tien was too lazy to care, and also gave up on the idea of letting him learn other martial techniques, and directly let Little Fool and Yaya mix around. Thinking up to here, her face couldn't help but blush, and her usually calm heart was actually unable to calm down. As long as they could find a complete Southern Cross Army bronze star door, they could establish a connection with the bronze plate. He was perspiring all over, but felt an indescribable comfort. Everyone knew that the climax of the war was far from here. The other constellations of the 12 ecliptic palaces did not reveal anything, But the Honorable Martial Alliance and Leo Constellation did not give up on roping in the other tyrants. Qi Shangguan's eyes dimmed. Hand Towel handled the internal affairs in an orderly manner. Pai Pa was his assistant, and did not need to worry. Pai Pa's illness was cured by Ding Man, and the cured Pai Pa had gained some flesh, and did not look as weak as before. Under Ah Shin's control, the star door finally lit up with a weak light aura. Ah Shin's face turned white, although he was a military general, but he was not the type to charge and break through enemy lines, and his individual martial strength was far from Xiao Ran's. No one dared to look down on Pai Pa. She was the one who took care of the emperor when he was injured, and supervised him. Who would dare to offend such a person? The 10 equatorial palace halls was just an appetizer. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and prayed in her heart. The determined young lady was now like an ordinary person. Qi Shangguan's body trembled. She raised her head again, and said coldly, "Xiao Ran, teach this Scorpio spy a good lesson." After that, with Ah Shin's help, Qi Shangguan swept through the place, searching for the bronze door. Ah Shin was crafty and cunning. Xiao Ran was brave and unparalleled. In the ancient battlefield, Qi Shangguan was invincible. "General, spare me, I was wrong. I was wrong." But the most important thing was to contact Brother Tian. But even the clothes on his spirit general after death was the Southern Cross Army uniform. That was definitely not a lie. No matter how much he disguised himself when he was alive, when he turned into a spirit general after death, he would always reveal the most basic characteristics in his heart. Qi revealed a smile. "Young lady, don't be so violent." Xiao Man became excited. She howled. The short-haired young lady dragged the large machete that was the size of a door and rushed towards Ah Shin. It was the 62nd Southern Cross Army Bronze Star door that Qi Shangguan found. His training time was extremely precious. "It's cleared." Xiao Ran was excited. "Fighting with the general is the best. It's like cutting vegetables. It's so cool." The bronze star doors were found one after another, but due to the long passage of time, the bronze star doors were all rusted, and even the few that remained were unusable. Equatorial Palace Halls. Equatorial Palace Halls. Equatorial Palace Hall was also swept in. The entire place was scarlet red, and blood flowed like rivers. Xiao Ran's heart trembled. Yes. Chapter 472. Ah Shin's expression did not change, only his eyes revealed a slight smile. This kind of character of the successor of the army is not hateful. Ah Shin was enraged. "Stupid woman, don't think I'm afraid of you." Qi Shangguan's heart was warm. Her calm eyes became even more serious. "Cough. This is a battle between men," Ah Shin said righteously, his feet quietly retreating 2 steps. "I like it. I'm so happy. Brother Tian, I missed you too." Qi's sweet and gentle voice came out from behind the bronze star door, causing Tang Tian to heave a sigh of relief. Her perfect body was already filled with hidden injuries. The only thing that supported her to not give up was the simple, foolish yet untamed young man, and the intense longing for him that lingered in her heart. "Then let's fight together." Just that. With one stride, he rushed to the front of the bronze door, his face filled with excitement. He shouted, "Qi, where are you? Are you behind the star door? Can you come over?" The bronze star door's weak light aura was like the sunlight in the pitch-black night, piercing through the darkness. "I am now the master of Ursa Major Constellation. Haha, I am powerful, right? Actually, I do not understand. I originally just wanted to find you, but after fighting, it became like this. So strange. Oh, most of it is Uncle Bing's work. Uncle Bing has a poker face. He is a good person. Little Crane is also a good person. Ling Shu is even more stupid than me. Oh, there is still one more stupid than me, a Maori, ha ha ha." Xiao Man's words caused Ah Shin's body to freeze. "Brother Tian. Without seeing him, how can I die?" Xiao Man casually chopped the large blade in her hand into the ground. Half of the blade entered the ground. She stood up. The wind blew past her heroic face, her short hair flying. She looked at the desolate ancient battlefield, and muttered to herself, "I will follow the general. The Arphiuchus army has long disappeared. If the general does not want me anymore, I will consider this problem again." From the brainless narration, it could be heard that Tang Tian had experienced dangers and difficulties, and had brushed shoulders with death time and time again. "I will definitely find Sexton's eye." Tang Tian's tone was extremely serious, his fists clenched tightly. "How nice. Absolutely. Arshin muttered, 50 miles is cleaner than if it had been washed. No one can stop me. The bronze starry gate was too quiet. At this moment, a loud voice came from the starry door. I really want time to stop here. Ahaha. She said she missed me. Ahaha. Just you, this Scorpio spy? Xiao Man had a look of disdain. I'm in an ancient battlefield. The Stargate isn't complete, so I can't pass through. I can only maintain sound communication. Was it an illusion? He was so eager and impatient to tell Qi that he couldn't help but clench his fists. Facing the faint light of the bronze Stargate, just like when he was at the top of the mountain outside of Starwind City, facing the brightly lit Starwind City, facing the stars, facing the night wind, he shouted with all his strength, Qi Shangguan, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. No, Qi Shangguan, for a better future, you have to be braver, you have to work harder. Qi Shangguan did not know why her tears kept flowing, she only knew that she was happy, incomparably happy, the happiest she had ever been. Arshin's eyes darkened. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc, and he said pointedly, What about you? To find the Arphiuchus army? Yes, I will remember it. Tang Tian nodded his head, although he knew that Qi could not see it. He would always remember Qi's words. Towards Qi's intelligence, he had always trusted her unconditionally. Big brother Tian. Then, he turned around and ignored the two people who had strange expressions on their faces. He coughed lightly and said, All right, there's nothing else for you two to do here. Take some people and search the area within a 50-mile radius. Don't let anyone slip through the net. Tilda, it must be an illusion, I have thought about it too much, it must be an illusion. Tilda Xiaoran and Arshin were stunned by Tang Tian's simple and straightforward confession, but the two of them did not laugh, because in the repeated words, the passionate emotions were not concealed at all. Without any embellishment, it was so sincere, so brave. Tilda, the situation is much better than what I expected. Brother Tian's strength is not weak, but it is still not enough. Tilda, thinking about the indistinct clues that I have found, Qi Shangguan's heart turned cold. The current brother Tian's strength is still far from enough. Tang Tian grinned foolishly, but why did his legs feel a little weak? Gradually, as the details continued to increase, the changes outside became clearer in Qi Shangguan's mind. On Qi's face, a warm and sweet smile surfaced. Tilda, this is the voice that I am willing to use my entire life to cherish. Tilda, the successor of the Southern Cross Army. Tilda, is this the taste of happiness? Tilda, hey, be there or be square. Arshin nodded his head in agreement, he scratched his chin. So General likes this type, it doesn't make sense, General is such a perfect woman, obviously I am 10,000 times better than her. The bronze star door, the weak light aura, the young man and young lady's hearts, they were in sync, attracted to each other, filled with fighting spirit, even if they had to fight against the world, they were fearless. Trapped in the desolate and lonely ancient battlefield, they did not know how to leave, did not know where their hope was, and even the loneliness carried the taste of despair. Even after death, they would be imprisoned in this place. How terrifying was that? Tang Tian did not know how long he shouted for, but when he stopped, he felt an indescribable joy. Definitely not. Then let's meet 3 months later, it will still be here. Brother Tian, you are not allowed to be late. Tilda, tell her how much I miss her. Tilda, grabbing onto his neck with one hand, Xiao Man flipped up the horse, her other hand holding onto the blade, she mischievously stuck out her tongue at Qi Shangguan, then left with Arshin. She started to ask questions, about the situation in Heaven's Road, Tang Tian's sphere of influence etc. etc. Tang Tian talked about many things without any head or tail, requiring her to slowly sort them out. What a man! Xiao Man could not help but praise. Bang, she could not help but kick the blade handle. The voice that came out from the bronze star door was filled with joy and excitement. Tang Tian had already confirmed that it was the bronze star door, and the voice came from the star door. She had long learnt how to control and disguise herself. She was the patriarch of the Shangguan family. She was the undefeatable goddess of war. Qi, is that you? I miss you so much. Ever since you left, I have been thinking of you every day. I want to find you. Tang Tian was extremely excited. He completely did not notice that his voice was getting louder and louder. Brother Tian, you have worked hard. You can do it. Qi Shangguan stood up, clenching her small fists. She was filled with fighting spirit. Qi also needs to work hard. Although I am reluctant, but we need to hurry up. The faster we complete it, the more advantageous it will be in the future. Xiao Man tilted her head and arrogantly raised the blade in her hand. The cold light overflowed, causing people to panic. Qi smiled. Brother Tian, the most important thing for you now is to accumulate your strength. The battle between Leo constellation and the Honorable Martial Alliance will become even more intense. As for Cetus constellation, Brother Tian, do not need to worry. When the Saint treasure leaves the constellation, the connection between the two will be greatly reduced. As long as Brother Tian can find Cetus constellation's star power eye, and use it to nurture the star treasure of Cetus constellation, there is a possibility of determining the Saint treasure again. Brother Tian, you must remember, the stronger the treasure the better. You must explore Big Dipper as soon as possible. Big Dipper was very famous in the past. They had missed each other day and night for too long, they had already fermented, they could not wait any longer, they did not want to delay for even a second. Hearing that Qi was serious, Tang Tian's expression also became serious. Sexton's eye? All right, I'll remember it. The bronze star door's weak light aura lit up the hearts of the two of them, causing the longing and emotions to fly past thousands of mountains and rivers. This light call, once again like lightning, struck Tang Tian, causing his body to freeze again. But in the next second, he suddenly turned. With a trembling voice, he shouted, "Qi, is that you? Is that really you?" I said, "He should be the successor of your Southern Cross Army. All these years of hardship, all these years of suffering, all these years of pressure." The smile on his face in front of people was reserved and at ease, but his heart was like walking on a tightrope. No matter how weak you are, you have to act as if nothing happened. No matter how afraid you are, you have to act as if you are calm and composed. Qi Shangguan's face was filled with tears, but blossomed with an extremely sweet smile. She covered her mouth, not allowing herself to cry out, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Even if it is in the hands of a saint, I will definitely snatch it back. Behind the bronze star door, Qi Shangguan had a blissful and sweet smile. Her tears had long stopped flowing. Under Brother Tian's foolish roar, she covered her face with her hands, swaying back and forth. She was extremely happy. There were so many things she wanted to say to Brother Tian, but suddenly she remembered that there was someone behind her, and spoke gently to Tang Tian. "Brother Tian, wait for me." So, I am not the only one fighting. Straightforward words without any embellishments, straightforward words without any room for emotions. Those simple and repetitive incoherent words were the world's most powerful and deadly weapon, instantly shattering Chen Hui's heart's defenses. Her tears flowed out, and her vision became blurry. Xiao Man raised the large machete in her hands, slashing the ground, and snorted, "My little lover's voice is truly loud. What are you hesitating for? What are you hiding? All of you, get lost. That's what I want to do, use all my strength to tell her loudly." Tang Tian's face revealed a bitter and self-mocking smile. His state of mind recovered, he sighed in his heart, and was about to take a step forward. There was a voice in his heart that spoke, "That's it. That's right, that's it. You like her, then tell her loudly, use all your strength to tell her. The harder and louder, she will be able to hear it more clearly. Did I scare Qi?" Tang Tian scratched his head, and probed, "Qi. Tell her, how much I like her." The two of them were silent. Hey, quickly let me go." Most of the time, it was Tang Tian talking, while Qi Shangguan quietly listened, but as she listened, the surprise in her heart became heavier, but she was even more touched. Shin's voice floated further and further in the air. "Brother Tian, Sexton's constellation has a star treasure, called Sexton's Eye. This thing is very important to us," Qi Shangguan said. Chapter 473. "That's right, there is no other way, maybe there is a way." Shin muttered to himself, "Go to the Exile Ocean, find something, maybe you can turn defeat into victory." Thinking about the 600,000 Lupu's men, using the blood refinement technique, if a tenth of them could cultivate their true power to the 8th level, that would be 60,000 people. 60,000 gold-ranked martial artists' army, that was definitely enough to sweep Heaven's Road, and wipe out the stars. As though he was struck by lightning, his mind went blank, countless of grey images flashed past his mind, his entire body involuntarily trembling. Bing was ecstatic about this, He was very clear, with this point, the zero-energy body would truly become another big system not inferior to Blood Meridian. Shin's expression was calm. Not necessarily, maybe, anyway, we have no other way, maybe we can leave some hope for the future. Her tone was calm, but it was filled with unquestionable determination. I found Qi. Haha. I found Qi. Tang Tian's face was filled with ecstasy. He was extremely excited. The current Qi Shangguan was actually emitting such a domineering aura. The ancient battlefield, the final battleground of the three great armies. Tang Tian scratched his head, revealing a look of reminiscence. Oh right, Qi said, she found a spirit general of the Southern Cross Army, called Shin. I don't know either, I only heard it from the captain. Shin continued, it's all up to you, brat. The two of them looked at each other, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. The two of them had gone through mountains of blades and seas of blood, and were especially sensitive to certain things. Although Qi Shangguan looked the same as usual, but the aura emitted from her body was even colder and more awe-inspiring than before. Her pupils were so deep and calm that it caused people's hearts to palpitate. She sat there, but was like a peerless sword that was unsheathed, the sharpness of the heavens, intimidating everyone. That's not right. Tang Tian slapped his forehead. I did not find her, I managed to contact her. Shin revealed a smile. Relax, relax, I'm not that afraid of death. The young man, who was panting heavily, stopped moving. His face turned pale. But in the following battles, he witnessed with his own eyes how Qi Shangguan was constantly learning from the battles, how she was constantly becoming stronger. No matter how fierce the battle was, she could still remain calm. This ancient battlefield, where countless battle souls wandered, became the best place for her to learn. The general seemed to have changed. How can we make it in time to use our brains during a battle? Xiao Man's expression softened. The effects of the blood refinement technique were extremely quick and there were no barriers. However, few people knew about it. Naturally, there were obvious drawbacks. One was that when he revolved it, his body would feel like it was being cut by knives. The other was because his true power was not purified. It was extremely impure, and would leave behind a large amount of hidden injuries. Did you pick up money? Bing confidently puffed out a smoke ring, looking like a triad boss. Tears blurred her vision. She couldn't tell if it was then or now. Really? The youth stared at Shin's face. He wanted to see if Shin was lying to him. Shin was always lying to him. When Tang Tian returned from the 07 Army barracks, it was as though he was injected with chicken blood. His face was fierce and filled with killing intent. It was as though there was a regiment of flames burning in his chest. It was an unprecedented and intense flame that seemed to want to burn him to ashes. And compared to the high price of the rare blood meridians, the zero-energy transformation was simply too cheap. The youth opened the door of the mechanical weapon and gasped for breath. He was so tired that he did not even want to move a finger. The smell of smoke in the air was so heavy that it was suffocating. This woman is truly powerful to the point of being terrifying. Uncle. Furthermore, Bing and the rest realized that although the zero-energy body did not have the various mystical powers of the blood meridians, but there was something special about it. That was, the zero-energy body had a natural repulsion towards true power. So after the true power entered the zero-energy body, the damage dealt would decrease. Shin raised his head. His face revealed a look of shock. Shin. The zero-energy body martial artist's ability to survive on the battlefield would greatly increase. Southern Cross Army, advance. In the laboratory, 3 small-scale whirlpool sword storms were revolving very quickly. The concentrated sword auras whistling filled the entire room. Qi Shangguan's entire body was emitting an imposing aura. But he could feel that she had transformed. The previous Qi Shangguan, although she was sharp, calm and meticulous, but to Shin, she lacked the domineering aura of a famous general. Such a domineering aura originated from the military general's strong self-confidence. It originated from the military general's determination to sweep away everything in their path of victory. The young man turned his head. Like a tide, the enemies flooded his line of defense. Blindly following. You are blindly following. Shin lamented, women with big breasts are truly brainless. Before Shin could recover from the shock, he heard Qi Shangguan's calm voice. The 3 small-scale whirlpool sword storms were the small storms that they had modified. Its strength was only half of the whirlpool sword spirit tempering technique. They had many major changes. For example, out of all the auras, the sword auras had the best results in the zero-energy transformation. Another example, the quality of the body after the zero-energy transformation was related to the level of true power before the zero-energy transformation. The higher the level of true power, the better the effect of the zero-energy transformation, and the martial artist's body quality would be even more astonishing. Hey, violent girl, let me go. It's true. Tang Tian stared. It was when I was in the 07 Army barracks, that Bronze Star door. Tang Tian's hoarse voice could be heard from afar. Bing warned the rest, then walked out. I am blindly following. Xiao Ran's face turned cold, big breasts but brainless. Heh, you have wanted to say that long ago, right? Became stronger. General should be done. Xiao Ran's tone was uncertain. Even medical Saint Ding Man was amazed at this point, and planned to incorporate it into her own medical martial techniques. He controlled the mechanical weapon to leave the battlefield, and like a cornered wild beast, he used his hands and feet to climb up the mountain. What is it? The young man's mind was roused. Everyone was watching attentively and recording it. It has already been 5 hours, it should be enough. Arshin muttered, if General is not done, then I will teach her a lesson. As a military general, how can she be so sentimental? No one can stop her. The young man turned and jumped onto the mechanical weapon, and followed the trenches and advanced frantically, towards the direction of the Ocean of Exile. He was like a madman, he knew how bad the situation was. General is perfect. Xiaoran said, what's so good about big breasts? So much of a burden, it will affect the battle. Ayaya, they almost succeeded. But at that moment. At this time, Arshin already thought, other than the lack of experience, Qi Shanghai was not inferior to him in all aspects. Of course. Arshin turned his head with a look as though it was a matter of course. He stared at Bing for a moment, and suddenly said, Brat, are you dreaming too much? Bing looked as though he wanted to touch Tang Tian's forehead to see if he had a fever. When the two of them returned to the Bronze Star door, they saw Qi Shanghai already sitting there waiting for them. The first time Arshin met Qi Shanghai, although he only had a fifth of the enemy's military strength, he almost made a comeback. At that time, his impression of Qi Shanghai was just that of an outstanding military general. Compared to other methods of tempering the martial spirit, the results were much more outstanding. His words stopped abruptly, as Xiao Ran used one hand to pull him up. In response to this situation, Bing had already changed the training subjects of the army, and almost 80% of the time was spent on training true power. And the mental cultivation technique chosen was extremely extreme. It was called blood cultivation technique, which was contributed by the inheritor of the ancient sect, Jiang Jing. The blood cultivation technique was a mental cultivation technique that was extremely urgent, and was different from other mental cultivation techniques that revolved true power in the meridians. The principle of the blood cultivation technique was to forcefully assimilate true power into the blood, and through the circulation of the blood, it would gradually achieve the effect of transforming the entire body into energy. It had another advantage, which was that there were no checkpoints, and the process of transforming into energy was extremely smooth. Bing had recently immersed himself in the Big Dipper plan, although he did not have deep attainments in martial techniques, but he knew what was most important to an army. His suggestions were always very pertinent, regardless of whether it was the blood meridian specialists or the martial artists that were good at theory, they all admired Bing. Hong Ji-yu. The cigarette between Bing's fingers dropped to the ground. The reason why Bing dared to use such an extreme mental cultivation technique was because they had discovered in the experiment of reducing energy transformation that reducing energy transformation would remove the hidden injuries in the body. Xiaoran said, do you think a general needs you to teach him? I will teach you on behalf of the general. A mechanical weapons cabin door that was half buried in the mud opened up, and a skinny fellow jumped out, muttering. Bing was startled, his face full of surprise. Where did you find it? The situation is not good. Arshin jumped onto a mechanical weapon and gazed into the distance, muttering to himself. With the Bronze Star door as the center, arranged the defense, according to the highest grade. Leave half of the people to guard, the rest prepare, we are going to Hongji. Shin, you must hold on. Wait for me to come back. The young man shouted to Shin. Shin was extremely shocked. Qi Shangguan was the most outstanding genius he had ever seen, and he could tell, she had never received any systematic training as a military general, as though she knew how to fight naturally. The Lupus martial artists who were the first to complete the energy transformation, their true power had reached the 8th level, and after the energy transformation, their body qualities had already reached the level of Blood Meridian's gold-ranked martial artists. He had made a promise to Qi. Aya, I can tell that your values have been distorted by the snake men, your breasts are so big. Shin coaxed along the way, and finally dodged the bullet. Bing, who was about to bring the cigarette to his mouth, stopped. Of course he knew that the Bronze Star door could be used to communicate. His expression congealed. Where is she? Shin knew something was wrong. His expression changed, and became serious. That is definitely a compliment. Big breasts is a compliment. To others, being brainless is a problem. But to you, it is a naked compliment. It is the truest portrayal of you relying on your instincts to fight. Don't tell me when you are fighting with others, you still need to use your brain. Jing Hao and the other two were undergoing the second round of tempering. They had already completed the energy transformation, and were now tempering their martial spirits. Although the improved Whirlpool Sword Storm was not as outstanding as the previous Whirlpool Sword Spirit tempering technique, but it was still able to temper the martial spirit, and it was safer, the pain was greatly reduced. Suddenly, a fragmented and indistinct shout came out from the wind, if not for the familiar voice. The young man gathered his remaining strength and struggled to stand up. Coincidentally hearing Shin's words, he raised his head. Shin, can we win? That smoky and fiery face was so clear. The young man raised his head and replied. That's right, that's right, that's right, hot-blooded fighting girls are all like that. Instincts, higher-level martial artists, pay attention to instinct. Shin added. Under such an advantage, you can still maintain your big breasts, young lady, you are perfect. He called Belle over, and asked her to immediately investigate Sexton's Eye, and the Cetus constellation's star power eye. And he anxiously rushed to find Uncle Bing. Chapter 474. His poker face was slightly wretched, as it was rare to see him so full of killing intent. Bing suddenly revealed a smile. That's great. It's been hard on Mr. Center. Belle, help Mr. Center properly, and keep it a secret. Hearing that, Tang Tian and Bing nodded their heads. Tang Tian was so annoyed that he almost smashed his own head. That's right, when Belle said it was the Lin family, why did I not think that it would be Elder Lin? Elder Lin was experienced, and chuckled. Your Majesty has graced my humble abode with your presence. Your presence brings light to my humble abode, please enter. The safe and sound saber immediately disappeared. Sure. Everyone's gazes converged on him. All of the martial artists stared dumbstruck at the two death god-level figures, their faces filled with awkwardness and distress. Elder Lin was experienced, and easily dissolved Tang Tian's awkwardness, and very quickly asked about Tang Tian's intentions. Elder Lin did not expect Tang Tian to suddenly come with killing intent, and was surprised, but when he saw Tang Tian's embarrassed face, he could not help but smile. Without hesitation, Tang Tian threw the safe and sound saber in his hand into the star power eye. Tang Tian was an honest person, whoever treated him well, he would treat them well. Elder Lin felt that his actions in the past were nothing much, but Tang Tian was extremely grateful. It was just that he was extremely muddle-headed outside of battles, and did not meet with any trouble in Cetus constellation, so he did not even think of Elder Lin, but Elder Lin's kindness was etched in his heart. Sexton's Eye is a silver star treasure of Sexton's constellation. Its usage is unknown, its name had appeared before, but very quickly disappeared. We need to spend more time to investigate. The location of the star power eye of Cetus constellation, we have found it. It is the Lin family of Cetus constellation. Belle looked at everyone, the rest were calm, only Tang Tian and Bing. The two of them had extremely similar expressions, fierce faces, their entire bodies releasing dense killing intent. Center U was Sexton's constellation's trump card martial master. The so-called martial master referred to martial artists who specialized in guiding other people's training. They were similar to teachers in academies, but most of them had their own training grounds to teach their disciples. Sexton's constellation was filled with big and small training grounds. All of these training grounds had different standards, and Center U's training grounds was rather famous in Sexton's constellation. If not for his old friend's invitation, adding the fact that he felt the chaos of the chaotic world and wanted to find a backer, he would have lived comfortably in Sexton's constellation. But what he did not expect was that after Tang Tian took over Cetus constellation, he did not carry out any cleansing. Elder Lin didn't think too much about it. In such a chaotic world, he had to stay at home and protect his family. Bing was also in a difficult situation. This kind of awkward matter, crazy Tang was enough. Where did this old man come from? Tang Tian's intuition was extremely sharp, and he could clearly feel that this spring was unusual. The star power of a constellation had many different forms. Some constellation star power was like meridians and blood vessels. Some constellation star power was like clouds and mist. But regardless of the form, there would always be a special node, and that was the star power eye. The safe and sound sword was Cetus constellation's star dark treasure, and was originally rejected by the Saint treasure, but now that the Saint treasure was gone, the safe and sound sword was instead not rejected by Cetus constellation's star power. And although the safe and sound sword was not a gold Saint treasure, but the star dark treasure allowed it to have the qualifications to be judged as a Saint treasure. After a moment, Elder Lin suddenly opened his eyes, and could not help but exclaim out. Deep underground, a slight tremor came out, as though there was water flowing, and very quickly, the tremor became more and more intense. Elder Lin looked at Tang Tian, and reminded him, I heard that if you want to use the star power eye to judge a Saint treasure, the higher the grade of the star treasure, the better. Under Elder Lin's lead, they quickly arrived at a valley. Luckily I have already joined these assholes. Cetus constellation, Lin family. Your Majesty, you can summon the Lin family to come and ask. Hand Towel suggested. What Hand Towel meant was that you are now the master of a constellation, and should have the bearing and demeanor of a master. A ray of light aura shot into the sky, flying towards Ursa Major constellation. Cetus constellation expressed its allegiance. Then let us go and pay a visit to the Lin family now. Tang Tian rubbed his fists, his killing intent soaring. Assholes. What a bunch of assholes. Tang Tian laughed foolishly as he followed behind. Who had provoked these two people? Or did they quarrel? That's not right. These two fellows would have fought if they had a conflict. Giving each other a cold war is not their style. It was as if Tang Tian saw a gigantic whale swimming slowly under the ground. That beam of light was spat out by the gigantic whale. Go. Bing said coldly, why not? The Lin family had a deep foundation in Cetus constellation. He was very clear. When Gongqing left, he brought along the Saint treasures and a few gold star treasures of Cetus constellation, and Gongqing had long been prepared to judge the Saint treasures again. So your Majesty is here for the star power eye. Elder Lin immediately understood Tang Tian's intentions, and without further ado, he stood up and said, Your Majesty, please follow me. Everyone became even more silent. All of them looked at each other. Did the Lin family have 8 generations of bad luck? What exactly did the Lin family do to the two masters? Elder Lin's expression changed. The quieter it was, the greater the pressure on Center Yu's heart. He suppressed his fear and coughed lightly. Your Majesty and Master just mentioned about Sexton's constellation and Sexton's eye. This Sexton's eye star treasure, this subordinate seems to have heard someone mention it before. Why don't this subordinate secretly inquire about it? To rush into someone else's house with such killing intent, that was too rude. Gongqing had calculated and calculated, but never thought of the safe and sound sword in Tang Tian's hands. The concentration of star power here is about 2% higher than outside. Elder Lin explained, the star power eye does not have much use normally. Other than the concentration of star power, its range is very small. If not for that, the Lin family would not be able to keep the star power eye. Ever since Tang Tian entered Cetus constellation, Elder Lin had always been thinking about the future of the Lin family. It was reasonable to say that everyone had a friendship in the past, but that friendship was not deep, and Elder Lin did not think of using that friendship to gain any benefits, but just wanted to protect the Lin family from being cleansed. After about an hour, Tang Tian still did not have the intention to leave. Everyone was startled once again, although the Lin family had some power in Cetus constellation, but there was no need for the two death gods to visit at the same time. I do not know if it is high grade or not, but I know it will definitely work. Tang Tian was brimming with confidence, a sword appearing in his hand. The more Center Yu heard, the more shocked he became, thinking that tyrants were tyrants. No matter how weak Sexton's constellation was, it was still one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, and they were talking about attacking it. Did it sound like it was because of a star treasure? And a silver star treasure? It was as though there were thousands of horses galloping underground. Elder Lin's face changed, he could not even stand properly. Especially Center Yu, who was trembling with fear. What the hell happened? Why did they suddenly want to attack Sexton's constellation? Center Yu felt as though there was a dagger on his back, and became even more nervous, especially when he saw Tang Tian and Bing's gaze. It was as though they were real. A peck and a drink, it was truly heaven's will. Elder Lin was moved. Is it the safe and sound sword? In the vast sky, Ursa Major constellation and Cetus constellation merged into one, lighting up the sky. Everyone knows of the grievances between His Majesty and Gong Qing. Elder Lin laughed out loud, but he was sighing in his heart. The silver star treasure was not enough to complete a new saint treasure. Yes. Belle was curious, what Sexton's eye was it, to actually make the two of them prepare to attack Sexton's constellation. It was normal for Crazy Tang to be crazy. Poker Face was a powerful military general, and would definitely not mess around in matters like fighting a war. It was fine if it was a gold star treasure, at least it was somewhat reasonable, but for a silver star treasure. To attack an entire constellation. Tang Tian waved his hand. That's so troublesome, we will directly attack them. If you agree, it will be easy. If you don't, are you going or not? Tang Tian turned and asked Bing. He had promised to meet Qi in 3 months' time. Time was precious, and he could not wait to settle the matter on the same day. Everyone flew up into the sky, and as far as their eyes could see, the ground undulated like waves, causing everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. Even the disciples of the Lin family were dumbstruck. The elder's figure suddenly became unfathomable. Until now, Tang Tian's fierce name had spread throughout the entire Cetus constellation, and that was the infamous three-group slaughterer. Suddenly, Tang Tian's face revealed a look of joy. A tear rolled down from the eye of the giant whale. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his face revealing a look of joy. He could feel the safe and sound sword following the star power, entering the depths of the constellation. Belle muttered in her heart, she did not find it strange that Tang Tian was like that. Crazy Tang would light up, even if he did not light up, he would still occasionally light up. Alright, no one knew when he would light up. That was too unreasonable. Build a city here, name it Safe and Sound City. Elder Lin saw that Tang Tian did not have the intention to leave, and accompanied him by the side, but he knew, the time needed to redesign the Saint treasure was very long. Rumble rumble. Taking down Sexton's constellation is easy. Bing said coldly. The problem is, can we find it after taking it down? Everyone looked at Tang Tian and Bing, feeling weird about their actions. The hall became quiet. It was truly the eye of star power. This is the eye of star power. Elder Lin pointed to the spring below his feet and said. Tang Tian was quiet for a moment, then suddenly pointed to the light screen, and shouted to the surroundings. Tang Tian was surprised. Elder Lin really has good eyesight. I know you can definitely do it. Tang Tian shouted to the safe and sound sword in his hand, as though the person in front of him was his comrade, and he was loudly cheering for him. Upon entering the valley, they could feel that the star power was much denser. Gong Qing would never have thought that the cause he had planted that year would bear such a result. Many of the outer clan elders of Onyx Soul were like that. In this chaotic world, the extermination of a family could happen at any time. If the family had them to guard, naturally it would be much safer. Everyone's heart sucked in a breath of cold air again. A dazzling light pillar spewed out from the ground, straight to the height of 300 m, like a fountain, sprinkling down, forming a gigantic light screen. The dense star power continued to accumulate. That's great. Tang Tian excitedly clapped his fist. Ahaha, I never thought that the Lin family would actually have Elder Lin. Long time no see. Elder Lin's spirit is still so good. How are Wu Hu and the little princess? What happened to the two of them? Tang Tian, who was brimming with killing intent, upon entering the Lin family, was dumbstruck. The Lin family was actually the elder Lin that he met in Wu Hu. That year, elder Lin even gave him a jade plate and a star treasure. Humph, Sexton's eye is definitely in Sexton's constellation. We can just directly take down Sexton's constellation and end it. Tang Tian, who had a taut face, opened his mouth and said those words brimming with killing intent, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Tang Tian was excited and shouted loudly, "I know you can do it. She will definitely be happy for you." Chapter 475. Congratulations, Brother Jing. Bai Sai Sai was the first to congratulate him, followed by the others. For a sword saint who trained in sword spirits, no amount of respect was too much. But to Ursa Major constellation, the unprecedented density of star power quickly stabilized the hearts of the people. Many martial artists even hoped to continue expanding their territory, and when the concentration of star power reached the Ecliptic Palace's grade, which was above 50%, then they could build a treasure city. The reason why the 12 Ecliptic Palaces were able to stand firm was because of the treasure city. The saint treasures controlled the star power of the constellation, but in truth, every saint treasure of the constellation was a huge system. And the treasure city was using this point. The saint treasures were the pivots of the star power, the gold star treasures were the important nodes second only to the saint treasures, the silver star treasures were middle-sized nodes, and the bronze star treasures were the branches. The spectators couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. Jing Hao's martial spirit was actually shrinking continuously. Haha, I met someone familiar, it was very smooth. Tang Tian was not embarrassed at all, but was instead happy. Jing Hao was actually nurturing a sword spirit, how could they not be surprised? Yaya's swallowing light steel fist was not weak, and he was also crafty. Without little fool in his body, Tang Tian realized that his intuition had dropped by a lot. Who knew what he would encounter in Big Dipper? It was better to be careful. He was appointed as the city master of Safe and Sound City by Tang Tian, and he knew that regardless of his strength or his position in Onyx Soul, they were all insignificant, and it was only because of Tang Tian's old sentiments. To the Lin family, it was a huge opportunity. The sword lights became more and more, crisscrossing in all directions, as though the space in front of him was being sliced into many scars. Jing Hao's heart was filled with joy. He did not think that removing the energy transformation would actually allow him to train out a sword spirit. Without true power, he was not used to it, but it also allowed him to be free, without any restrictions, and allowed him to calm down and think about what was the essence of the sword. If it was said that previously, everyone still had the identity of a saint, but now, no one dared to do so. Although they were saint-level experts, there were still differences between them. They might be slightly stronger than the three of them, but they no longer had any room for improvement. On the other hand, Jing Hao and the other two had unlimited possibilities. The so-called treasure city was a city that was protected by secret treasures. Such a city would have a significant increase in both the concentration of star power and security. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was the Ursa Major star's umbrella. The sword light became thinner and thinner. In the end, it only left an extremely fine straight light mark in the air, as thin as a strand of hair. The hair-thin sword light lingered in the air for a long time. Although the concentration of star power was unable to immediately bring any substantial benefits to Ursa Major constellation, but in the long run, it was their foundation. The rich star power could attract more martial artists and shorten the cultivation time of the local martial artists. Everyone's face changed. He Yuming's words were taboo. How could they casually ask about other people's enlightenment? He Yuming received the greatest impact. He was a swordsman, and no one knew better than him how difficult it was to form a sword spirit. An indescribable sharpness emanated from Jing Hao's body. And Ling Shu's spirit domain, how could they not recognize it? Ari's constellation's most orthodox inheritance, Ari's spear of stars. Most importantly, Tang Tian did not want to waste time. Getting injured was a small matter. If it delayed his appointment with Qi, he would not be willing. Without using any true power, the speed of the sword that he casually thrusted out was much faster than before. But Jing Hao frowned. His sword techniques were about precision and control. Although the speed of the sword was fast, he did not control it well. How was that possible? Time was tight. He did not want to waste even half a minute. In the quiet room that Ling Shu was in, a light pillar soared into the sky, stars revolved around it, it was bright and beautiful. In the midst of the wind chimes, a war song floated out. The silver spear is like snow, the clouds are untainted. The sound of the sheep horn bells, the cool breeze does not pass. He completely forgot about himself. Jing Hao's martial spirit, following the sword aura's changes, also continuously changing. He planned to wait for Crane and Ling Shu to come out, and then set off for Big Dipper to explore. Saint rank. The safe and sound sword had a good home, and met Elder Lin that year, and even brought his grandson over. Tang Tian was extremely happy. Sword spirit. The other saints were startled, and then their faces changed. Before rushing into the courtyard, Tang Tian shouted, for this trip to Big Dipper, he was prepared to bring the two brats along. What a weird feeling. Jing Hao moved his four limbs. The feeling of his body was foreign to him. He was never a swordsman that was known for his strength. Other than Yi Zhao Ji, that lunatic, there were very few swordsmen that were known for their strength. What is a sword spirit? He Yu Ming suddenly asked. Crane and Ling Shu still needed a period of time to come out, and Jing Hao also needed to stabilize his realm, so Tang Tian might as well go and prepare. This is sword spirit. He Yu Ming muttered, his eyes revealing a fanatical look. When Tang Tian returned to Ursa Major constellation, he brought along a 7-year-old child. He was Elder Lin's grandson, Ah Cao. Elder Lin doted on Ah Cao. Since he was young, Ah Cao had displayed extremely high talent, so Elder Lin allowed him to learn from Tang Tian. Tang Tian had a group of saint rank teachers by his side, and by following Tang Tian, Ah Cao could learn much more than in the Lin family. Jing Hao smiled. Thank you, thank you. Jing Hao looked at He Yu Ming. He could see the fanaticism in He Yu Ming's eyes, the fanaticism towards swords. His heart was calm, and said softly, energy is not a sword is a sword. Building a treasure city could maximize the use of star power, and if there was an attack, not only could the treasure city use the surrounding star power, it could also obtain support through the gigantic star power network. Suddenly, at this time, two completely different auras came from two different directions, causing everyone to jump in fright. Kai, he quickly immersed himself in training. He needed time to familiarize himself with his brand new body. The sword light was perfectly straight without a trace of arc, as though it was drawn with a ruler. With the addition of Cetus constellation, Ursa Major constellation's star power concentration increased greatly, and currently, Ursa Major constellation's star power had already reached an astonishing 39%. This number had already reached the peak of the equatorial Palace Hall constellations. How is that possible? Previously, regarding Ling Shu's spear techniques, were all rumors, but now, everyone was certain, Ling Shu trained in the Aries Spear of Stars. Sword spirit was a rare and extreme spirit domain, because this spirit domain was a sword. When the martial spirit transforms into a sword, it would become a sword spirit. Upon forming a sword spirit, it meant that the martial artist had already started to touch the essence of the sword. Only the purest swordsman could form a sword spirit. Sword spirit was the spirit domain that all swordsmen yearned for even in their dreams. But, time was of the essence, the problem of Cetus constellation was solved, so it was time to explore Big Dipper. Jing Hao's words were very simple, causing all the saints to reveal a pondering expression. You all became saints. Tang Tian appeared like a whirlwind, his face filled with joy. He did not expect to meet with such good news upon his return. That was also the reason why the 12 ecliptic palace halls were so much stronger than the 10 equatorial palace halls. They could clearly see that Aries constellation above them had a reaction, and suddenly lit up, and Aries constellation had definitely received the news. 10 years later, they would definitely not be able to fight against the three of them, maybe not even 10 years. He could feel the unprecedented power in his body. The sword in his hands seemed to be weightless. He tried to gently stab out. The sword light was like lightning. Of course, the higher-ups of Ursa Major constellation were still very clear. The fruits of victory required a very long time to be digested. If it was not digested, it would leave behind too many hidden dangers, and that would be troublesome. Luckily for Long Shou Jing and Pai Pa, they were both patient and meticulous people. Under their grooming, Ursa Major constellation continued to become stronger. Yaya. Little fool. Apart from the sword, there was nothing else. In history, The number of swordsmen that had birthed sword spirits could be counted with one's fingers, but every single one of them were the pinnacle existences of their generation, and were the strongest sword saints that caused fear in people. He was anxious to return. His astute mind was already thinking, what would Aries constellation's reaction be? Pounce and kill? Crazy Tang was not to be trifled with, and the current Ursa Major constellation was even more so. And Aries constellation had declined for a few hundred years, the Black Feathers mounts were rotten from their roots. How many people would reminisce about the glory of the Silver Frost mounts? That was interesting. To think that the two of them would also ascend to the saint rank. When he barged into the courtyard and saw Little Fool, he was immediately dumbstruck. Little Fool, who was floating in the air, dressed in an exquisite blue tang suit with black cloth shoes, adding on his exquisite yet stern face, his body that was not even 10 centimeters tall, was unspeakably cute. The other saints then suddenly reacted, thinking in their hearts, Tilda, this lady stole the lead. Tilda, Jing Hao, Crane, and Ling Shu were bestowed as saints, causing Ursa Major constellation's strength to explode. Furthermore, the three of them had extraordinary spirit domains. Your Majesty, did your trip go smoothly? Ding Man snatched the first to speak, laughing. Very quickly. Had the saint rank truly become rotten cabbages on the streets? In one day, in one place, 3 martial artists were bestowed as saints at the same time, and all the saints present were knowledgeable people. They could not tell what Crane's spirit domain was, but just based on the chi, they knew that it was not an ordinary spirit domain. Clan Elder Lin could see it clearly. The Lin family had contributed greatly to Ursa Major constellation, but at the same time, they had completely offended Gong Qing and his group. Jing Hao opened his eyes, his pupils were simple and unadorned, but no one dared to look down on him. From the moment he nurtured a sword spirit, it meant that as long as he did not die, he would definitely become one of the strongest martial artists in the world. This was a long-term benefit, so Ursa Major constellation swallowing Cetus constellation did not cause too much of a ripple. People only mocked Gong Qing for swallowing the bitter fruit he had planted in the past. In the sky above Crane's quiet room, the sky was filled with multicolored clouds, the black crane circled without dispersing, the clear crane cry could be heard from afar, the clouds lingered, mysterious and indifferent, as though there was a mysterious hermit from the ancient East. But Tang Tian's gaze was attracted to the small umbrella in Little Fool's hand that was covered with stars. Gradually, his sword lit up with a misty light aura. The light aura was very gentle, not dazzling at all. After removing the energy transformation, his body did not have any bit of true power. The faint sword aura was actually his sword itself absorbing the surrounding star power. Chapter 476. Just that before Tang Tian left, he had an unresigned look in his eyes, causing everyone's heart to tremble at the same time. When Tang Tian walked out of the courtyard, everyone sat paralyzed on the ground. Don't tell me saints have no weaknesses. Tang Tian had a face of disbelief. Whether or not he could become a saint, he did not care. What he cared about was whether or not he could defeat the opponent. I know it's not good, and I also know that your love can only be so little. I can only keep on wanting, until you want to escape. He could clearly feel that the Ursa Major star's umbrella in his hand contained a surprising amount of power. Every star on the umbrella was filled with fatal danger. He gently turned the umbrella handle. The stars on the umbrella's surface were like dewdrops, sliding down the umbrella's surface, revolving around Tang Tian's body. It was extremely beautiful. Why? Tang Tian did not understand and asked. Can you be a bit more promising? We are saints after all. Do Yong had a look of disdain. Fool. Tang Tian did not care. He was extremely jealous of big brother Jing Hao and the rest who had gained enlightenment on his spirit domain. When would he be able to have a spirit domain? The 7 saints were tired to the point of complaining. No matter how strong a saint was, they were still human. Jing Hao and the other 2 finally came out. After saving the 7 people, they were heading towards Big Dipper. What do we do? Liang Feng cried. Because the higher the star power, the better they can deduce the laws, and the better they can understand the laws of heaven and earth. This is also one of the reasons why there are not many martial artists in the 12 ecliptic palaces, because the majority of the star power has to be given to the saints. The constellation master provides the star power, the saints provide the martial power. Liang Feng explained. Very quickly, Tang Tian realized, Little Fool was surrounded by a faint energy. The energy was extremely pure, even purer than the true power in his body in the past. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. What was that? The wind blew past, sweeping up the leaves, the 5 figures sitting paralyzed, with an indescribable desolation. The familiar melody floated in their minds at the same time. A power that even they could not understand. How could it be considered their own power? Then why doesn't Leo constellation send more saints? Tang Tian asked curiously. Tang Tian grabbed the waiter in front of him and looked at it carefully. Saint rank is a term used in the secular world. We are usually called saints. Saints also have different levels, and your majesty may not know this, but the hierarchy of saints is even stricter. Saints did not train in true power or martial techniques, they only trained in spirit domains. The strength of the spirit domain determined the strength of the saint. The strength of a spirit domain was divided by bronze, silver and gold. All the spirit domains that had just been bestowed as saints were all bronze spirit domains, and were hailed as bronze saints. We are all bronze saints. Do you dare to be more cooperative? Do you dare to be more skillful? Waiter, how did you learn this? Tang Tian squatted down and pointed at the astral umbrella in the waiter's hand. Tang Tian saw it clearly. It was indeed the Ursa Major Star's umbrella. But, when did this guy learn the Ursa Major Star's umbrella? Tang Tian completely did not understand what was going on. Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain and arrogance. Don't think that you can scare me. I have killed a saint before. Unfortunately, facing the ferocious, mad tiger like Tang Tian, no one dared to say no. If not, wouldn't that mean that Tang Tian would never be able to become a saint? Tang Tian came to the Big Dipper star door. The reason why he did not bring Liang Feng and the rest was because Ursa Major constellation needed someone to guard it. On the other hand, he was not familiar enough with them, and did not have a good rapport with them. And his coordination with Jing Hao and Ling Shu was much better. As for Bai Sai Sai, she was proficient in music, and could be useful against star spirit beasts. Magic Flute was stronger than Bai Sai Sai, but he was after all a spirit general. If he encountered some special places, he would be weakened. And Ding Man's medical saint was even more useful. The world of the saint rank. Liang Feng somewhat understood, but it was not easy for him to have a chance to perform, so he had to do it well. But he pondered for a moment and said, in Heaven's Road, the saint rank is the peak of martial artists. But only after being bestowed as a saint, do you know that the saint rank is just a doorstep? Only by stepping over this doorstep, can you truly see the source of the world. The world of the saint rank is much bigger than what people can imagine. That thought caused everyone to tremble in fear. 7 saints, adding Big Brother Jing Hao and the rest, there were a total of 10 saints. With 10 saints as sparring partners, Tang Tian did not believe that he could not find a way to deal with the saints. The weakness of saints. Liang Feng was startled again. What weakness do saints have? Saints are also humans. Humans are not like animals. Do Yong replied without hesitation. That is not good. The barbaric Tang Tian was completely a beast in human form. It's probably not worth it. Liang Feng laughed out loud. Maybe in Lei Yang's eyes, Orion constellation is not worth saints taking action. And the Honorable Martial Alliance also has saints. Once the saints from both sides start a large-scale battle, then the war will truly reach its climax. Now all parties are still at a more restrained stage. Without saying a word, Tang Tian was the first to rush in. Then what about the silver saints and gold saints? Tang Tian could not help but ask. Tang Tian immediately became excited. It was obvious that Little Fool had many mystical aspects that he did not understand. With a thought, Little Fool entered his body. Then you will be in charge of sparring? He Yu Ming immediately said. Seeing Liang Feng in a daze, Tang Tian no longer held any hope. As expected, he could only rely on himself. He looked at Liang Feng with ill intentions. Then I can only use the simplest method. Sai Sai and our man can relax now, they will follow along, and have an excuse to avoid sparring partners. If I am not wrong, they will definitely go into closed-door training once they return. Women are still the best. He Yu Ming's face was full of envy. I know this is not good, and I also know that your love can only be so little, I can only keep on wanting you until you want to escape. All right. Seems like the name was not wrong. Liang Feng then thought about it. The person in front of him was a freak that did not even gain enlightenment on the spirit domain, and immediately felt a headache. Tang Tian's martial spirit was in an unprecedented form. Whether such a martial spirit could gain enlightenment on the spirit domain, no one knew. Tang Tian understood, and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. How can I deal with saints? He only regained his senses after a long time. With a thought, Little Fool slowly floated out of his body. Little Fool held onto the star's umbrella, floating in front of him like a mist, its exquisite face cold and emotionless. The two of them looked at each other, speechless. I am not a saint. Tang Tian stared at Liang Feng. Suddenly, Tang Tian felt that he should think about his future path. It did not matter if he was not strong enough, but if he did not even have a direction to move forward, that would be terrible. His current strength was not weak, but he did not even know how to train in the future. He was indeed too impatient. He Yu Ming saw the evil gazes of the others, and his face changed. Hey, I am going to become a woman, then I will have to give up one spot. Tang Tian rubbed his chin. The power of that punch was not bad, but Tang Tian was not too excited. Because that was the power of the Ursa Major Star's umbrella, and the Ursa Major Star's umbrella was created by Little Fool. Little Fool was his own martial spirit, but Tang Tian realized that Little Fool was extremely independent and complete, although they were mentally connected, but it was not under his control. Ursa Major Star's umbrella. The 12 ecliptic palaces, Honorable Martial Alliance and Onyx Soul, as well as a few ancient sects, only have them. Liang Feng said, sadly, I have never seen it before. Saints do not like to go to places with low star power concentration. Only saints like us who are tied down and do not have much ambition will come here. Pa. The 5 of them cried out in pain, and all fell backwards, lying on the ground. What about closed-door training? Liang Feng asked weakly. Little Fool looked at Tang Tian, his face blank. Liang Feng was startled, and shook his head. To be able to deal with saints, only saints can. Interesting. The surrounding star power gathered towards Tang Tian at an astonishing speed, causing Tang Tian to jump in shock. Very quickly, the star power flowed along Tang Tian's wrist, continuously transforming, and a transparent energy umbrella filled with stars appeared in Tang Tian's hands. Tang Tian found someone to call Liang Feng over, and when Liang Feng arrived, he immediately said, Come, tell me about the world of saints. Pervert. Freak. Crazy. No one cared about him. Bai Sai Sai and Ding Man had excuses, but they did not. With a light sound, all the stars in the fist aura exploded at the same time, and a ball of light that was not dazzling lit up, causing all the hairs on Tang Tian's body to stand. He could clearly feel that inside the ball of light, even the space was being annihilated. Before Ding Man could shout, Tang Tian's figure disappeared into the starry door. 2 seconds later, only she and Bai Sai Sai were left in the starry door. Do Yong rubbed his fists, eager to fight. Becoming a woman is much easier than becoming a saint, let us help you. Thinking about how his future enemies would all be saints, and how could he fight against them when he was still clueless about them. Tang Tian was stunned by the power of the fist. When the rest thought about it, their hearts turned cold. 7 people to deal with Tang Tian, they were already exhausted, if it were to become 4 people to deal with Crazy Tang. On average, in 3 days, every saint had gone through 5 intense, high-intensity battles. Liang Feng and the rest were on the verge of tears. The number of battles they had fought in the past 10 years could not even compare to the past 3 days. Tang Tian seemed to have understood, and suddenly released a fist. Tang Tian's fist had just moved, when a cluster of stars seemed to be moved by the wind, and coiled around Tang Tian's fist, transforming into a multicolored fist aura. When Tang Tian's fist was released, whoosh, the fist aura transformed into a multicolored light aura, and instantly disappeared into the air. Let's go in. What made them collapse even more was that Yaya was playing a sorrowful tune at the side. Buzz. Tang Tian pounced towards Liang Feng. Little Fool floated in front of Tang Tian. Everyone turned to look at He Yu Ming. Furthermore, the energy in the air would automatically gather around Little Fool, and Little Fool was like a magnet that could attract energy. Liang Feng mocked himself. The saints of the small constellations are all bronze saints. No, I need to be clear. In 3 days, the 7 saints were all beaten by Tang Tian. That kind of craziness scared the 7 of them half to death. Tang Tian's physique was extremely abnormal, it was completely inconceivable, and he fought an average of 2 hours. In 3 days, he did not rest at all, and fought a total of 36 battles. So scary. We want to escape too. Chapter 477. Everyone revealed a look of sympathy. Yes. This unknown little girl. Tang Tian was not satisfied, he looked everywhere, but there was nothing. No reason. Ling Shu said casually. All of the martial artists rushed forward. Tang Tian nodded his head. Since we cannot go to Ursa Major Ridge, then we will go to the remaining 6 cities. We will flatten the 6 cities. That way Ling Shu will not be able to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Little Fool floated on Tang Tian's shoulder, gently waving the star umbrella. Countless of starlight fell from the umbrella, like raindrops being shaken off, floating in the surroundings. Every starlight released a gentle light aura, causing the surroundings to become bright. No. Ling Shu said. His expression was calm, only deep in his orange pupils. There was a blazing flame burning in them. The 2 of them looked at each other, and were stunned. It's very far, we need to walk for 2 months. Wei Wei cried like a cat. Everyone flew up the city walls at the same time, causing their faces to change. In the distance, countless of martial artists rushed over like a tide. His eyes immediately looked around, the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, there was a pile of things in the corner, but when Tang Tian ran over, with a light touch, the pile of things immediately turned into ashes. It was obvious that due to the passage of time, it had completely decayed. Are we going to die? Wei Wei muttered. The terrifying experience, to an 11-year-old girl, was a terrifying nightmare. Little Fool is so obedient. Wei Wei's expression became more relaxed. Big Dipper is the ruler here. There are 7 cities, namely Dub, Merak, Fekta, Megrez, Aliath, Miza, and Alcade. Alcade City is the 7th city. Every city has a city lord overseeing it. Alcade City's city lord is my brother. For the sake of saving me, he was killed by them. Ling Shu took out a bandage. After his body had lost its energy transformation, all the hidden injuries in the past had disappeared, and the bandage was no longer needed. Who knew that it would be useful today? Ling Shu shook his head, laughing at himself. He patiently tied Wei Wei onto his back. He almost tied Wei Wei up, only revealing her head. Then he tied her tightly on his back. A large group of people appeared behind the little girl, and the eyes of the leading martial artist lit up. Capture her. Ding Man anxiously asked Tang Tian, why didn't you stop him? Wei Wei stopped crying, her expression became strong, she pointed to the right. Over there, Big Brother's mount is there, it is called a Shui, it is a treading on snow spirit horse. Everyone revealed a troubled expression. 2 months was too long. Initially, Tang Tian had only planned to spend half a month to deal with Big Dipper. He had never imagined that Big Dipper's situation would be so complicated. Ling Shu's eyes turned cold, and his heart was suddenly filled with killing intent. He was not a nice guy to begin with. He didn't even take out his spear. His right palm was empty, as if there was an invisible spear in it. He stepped forward and thrust it forward. The heavy sound of a mechanism came from underground. The wall in front of them suddenly sank, turning into a flight of stairs. Above the stairs, light appeared. Without another word, Ling Shu took the lead and rushed up the stairs. What is this place? Tang Tian muttered. He never thought that behind the star door, it would be pitch black. He and Qi had agreed to meet in 3 months. The leading martial artist was surprised, and immediately became angry, but the few people in front of him were unfamiliar, and were not to be trifled with. He softened his tone. I am the commander of Kaiyang City's guards, and have received orders to capture the traitor. I hope that the few masters can make things convenient for us. Let's help him a little. Jing Hao said. Suddenly, Tang Tian's voice came out from above. Ling Shu, which door do you want to leave from? Ling Shu's face darkened, his figure flashed. Everyone felt their vision blurring, and the few martial artists flew out like sandbags. Call Liang Feng and the rest over. Tang Tian said straightforwardly, let's end this quickly. We want to flatten Big Dipper Palace. Big Dipper is ours. To dare snatch Big Dipper from us, we will turn them into dregs. Everyone was moved. Ling Shu stopped Wei Yan and asked, "Where is Ursa Major Ridge?" Crane said gently, "Please do not worry, we will protect your safety." "May I ask, where is this place?" "Yes." Wei Yan nodded her head. "Every city lord of Big Dipper is a saint." Ling Shu could not be bothered. He picked up Wei Yan and placed her on his shoulder, and said without turning his head, "I will send her back, then I will find you guys." Pitch black, the surroundings were pitch black, and the air was turbid. Ding Man could not help but praise. When Little Fool appeared, he immediately conquered Ding Man and by Sai Sai's hearts. Dressed in a blue tang robe, he stood perfectly straight, his face was exquisite and cute, he looked to be in a daze without any expression, and would occasionally blink his eyes, which made people like him. Yaya was extremely dissatisfied with the current situation. He made some gestures, causing people to laugh. A few martial artists laughed sinisterly and pounced forward. Wei Yan said, "East Gate. Who are you guys?" Ah Shui caressed Wei Yan's cheeks, causing Wei Yan to hold back her tears. She turned and said to Ling Shu, "Ah Shui has agreed to bring us." Seeing that, the rest all followed. Every martial artist's throats burst out with blood, revealing a hole the size of chicken eggs. Secret room? Tang Tian immediately became excited. Are there any treasures? To Ursa Major Constellation, the Big Dipper Palace was an existence that they had to sweep clean. It is a secret room. Crane looked around, his tone was very certain. It is here. Crane suddenly leapt up lightly, like a nimble big crane, he flew to a 15 tall brick on the wall, and pressed down, causing the brick to slowly sink down. Wei Yan's tears flowed down, and she sobbed silently. "Cert. All of you, search carefully. Do not miss any place." Ding Man's face revealed a look of displeasure. Ling Shu's killing intent was too strong. "No." Crane revealed a smile. "Can you tell us about Big Dipper?" "Which door?" Ling Shu asked Wei Yan without turning his head. "Good. We'll cover you." After Tang Tian said this, he disappeared. "We need someone to stay here," Ding Man reminded Tang Tian. Suddenly, shouts of killing came out from outside. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came out from behind the little girl, causing the fear on her face to become even denser. "I beg you to send me back to Ursa Major Ridge. They have already betrayed the alliance that year. They want to capture my grandfather. I beg you." He took out his silver spear and leaped onto the horse. "Really?" Ding Man looked at Tang Tian's determined face, and did not say anything else. Suddenly, a martial artist shouted, "Over here." "Ah Shui." Wei Yan saw the treading snow spirit horse, and her eyes turned red. She thought of her dead brother. The treading snow spirit horse neighed, it seemed to understand that its master was dead. "I will send her there," Ling Shu suddenly said. When the little girl took out the jade pendant, the leader of the martial artist's face changed. He bellowed, "To actually dare to protect the traitor, kill him." Everyone looked at each other, and saw the cautiousness in each other's eyes. There were many saints, to them, it was definitely not good news. After a while, she awoke from her dream, and said anxiously, "Let's run. The saints from the other cities will be here soon. Ah Shui, can you send us back to Ursa Major Ridge?" Wei Yan touched Ah Shui's neck, and cried. The leader of the martial artists panicked, but Ling Shu did not have the intention to let him go. His figure flashed. Kai, the martial artist's throat burst out with blood, and he fell to the ground. Ling Shu was like a big bird, quickly flying forward. Along the way there were corpses. It was obvious that there was an intense battle. Wei Yan raised her head, looked at Ling Shu, tears flowing down her cheeks. She bit her lips. "They will definitely send people to kill you." "Conscience." Crane was also shocked. How can he have a conscience? Ling Shu's expression was calm. Wei Yan was tied to his back. He sat on the treading snow spirit horse, quietly standing behind the East City gate. Wei Yan was quiet from start to finish, until now. She suddenly spoke out, "Why did you help me?" Wei Yan suddenly knelt down, and kowtowed to everyone. Ling Shu carried Wei Yan. "Where is the mount?" Tang Tian's face changed. "Not good. Ling Shu is not out of the city." Ling Shu did not explain, and asked Wei Yan, "Where can we find a mount?" "This is Alcade City." Wei Wei and raised her head and said, "It is the furthest city from the Big Dipper 7 cities, aren't you people from here?" It was an extremely large secret room, a standard square secret room, with a length and width of over 60 m. The surrounding walls were made of large pieces of rocks. Although it was a secret room, it was more like a warehouse. Why should we stop them? Tang Tian looked at Ding Man saints. Other cities have saints? Ding Man asked. Ling Yang blocked in front of the young lady, and asked coldly. Tang Tian interrupted Ding Man. Although I do not know why Ling Shu is doing this, but I know, he definitely has his reasons. I believe in him. Before she could finish, she was grabbed by Ling Shu's hand, and placed on her back. What's wrong with Ling Shu? Tang Tian muttered. Don't move. Ka. Ling Shu's gaze landed on the young lady. Below her ear, there was an extremely small white moon-shaped imprint. Everyone was shocked. They looked at Ling Shu in disbelief. Ling Shu was definitely not a good person. If it was Crane, everyone would not be so surprised. Wei Wei and looked at Ling Shu in a daze. Under Wei Wei's guidance, Ling Shu quickly found the treading snow spirit horse. The battle cries outside were quickly approaching. Upon coming out, Ling Shu was startled. In front of him was a little girl with a face full of fear, looking at him in a daze. The little girl was about 11 or 12 years old, with a head full of brown hair and blue eyes. Although she was young, one could tell that she was a beauty. I am not a traitor, the little girl suddenly said. In her hand was a jade pendant with light aura circulating around it. I am Ursa Major family's holy maiden Wei Wei, and Big Dipper has betrayed the alliance, leaving behind a group of dumbstruck people. Hey, at this time, we should be looking for an exit, and not some treasures, right? Ding Man could not help but speak out. She had never seen such an unreliable constellation leader. How did he get to where he is today? Kai. Chapter 478. The shattered auras around Tang Tian's body continued to converge. They revolved at an astonishing speed, forming an energy spiral that enveloped Tang Tian's entire body. Tang Tian extended both of his arms out, the center of the spiraling energy converging at his palms, transforming into a sharp spiraling head. An old voice could be heard by the entire field, and a powerful chi soared into the sky. The saint's face was pale white, blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. Tang Tian's appearance was not any better. All of his clothes were tattered, and his arms were shrouded in smoke. The distance between both parties was getting closer and closer. One of the enemies behind did not expect his comrade to be unable to withstand Tang Tian's attack, and only when his comrade flew in front of him did he react, and immediately extended his hand out to catch him. Upon touching the opponent's body, his face changed. Crack, his wrist was fractured, and his comrade's body directly crashed into his embrace. As though he was struck, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. That makes sense. Tang Tian nodded his head, and after a while, he reacted, and raged. Ling Shu actually dares to have designs on Qi. Wait for him to come back, I will take care of him. The opponent's face changed. Countless of red lights lit up around him. The red lights were like raindrops, entering both of his fists, and the red light on his fists became extremely dense, like two red suns. Among the crowd that had been suppressed, there were many figures that shot out. A few archers shot out continuously, the sound of bowstrings sounding out continuously. Dozens of light auras whistled through the air, rushing towards Bai Sai Sai. An. Tang Tian howled, and rushed into the crowd. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside this bronze saint and circled around him. Countless shattered auras fell around him. The Honorable Martial Alliance had extended their tentacles to Big Dipper, and that was to deal with Ursa Major constellation. Yaya saw the opportunity, and suddenly jumped up, releasing 7 to 8 fists in one breath, swallowing light steel fists. But Tang Tian loved the battlefield even more. So treacherous. Bang! What spirit domain was that? Because the Star Door was inside Alcade City, if they lost it, it would be a fatal blow to Ursa Major constellation. Suddenly, Jing Hao's expression changed. He raised his voice and said, "Be careful, there are people from the Honorable Martial Alliance." Hiss. Ling Shu took the opportunity to speed up, his figure quickly disappearing into the horizon. With Ling Shu gone, Tang Tian was able to focus more on fighting. Others were not mentally prepared for this battle, but Tang Tian was more than willing. During this period of time, he had been working hard to break out of his predicament, but he had not figured it out yet. His need for actual combat was very high. Liang Feng and the others were tortured to the point where they wished they were dead. Tang Tian bellowed, and like a cannonball, he bolted into the enemy's formation. "I think Qi is prettier," Tang Tian simply replied. Crane replied, "Wei Wei and will be very beautiful when she grows up." In this head-on clash, Tang Tian had the upper hand. However, it was not so easy to win. A saint's life force was extremely tenacious, and killing them was not easy. "What a good way to go." A white-robed old man floated in the air, his tone sinister. "Let's see how capable you are." Sound-type martial artists were the best way to deal with cannon fodder. Tang Tian's gaze locked onto one of them, his intuition was extremely sharp, and immediately discovered the saint who was mixed in with the rest. Red Sun Saint was shocked. It was his first time encountering such a strange spirit domain. The space around him was filled with a sticky feeling. He looked at the sword in Crane's hand. This fellow's spirit domain was actually not a sword-type spirit domain. He closed in. The appearance of the Honorable Martial Alliance was definitely not a coincidence. Obviously, the Big Dipper 7 cities originally had an alliance with the Ursa Major family, and now that the 6 cities had broken the alliance, and the Alcade City Lord was killed, he would never believe that the Honorable Martial Alliance was not involved. Red Sun Saint did not think that Crane would actually sneak an attack. Crane's figure had just expanded, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. He felt as though his body had fallen into glue, and was becoming more and more difficult to move. Ding Man thought in his heart, "I must definitely not offend Master Crane in the future, he is too sinister." Bang bang bang. This fellow, I must definitely get rid of him first. A dazzling light aura suddenly lit up, as though a small sun had exploded on the battlefield. The astonishing remnant technique brought with it an astonishing power, sweeping away all the martial artists in a 60 m radius. He had once heard of Jing Hao's talent, but had always laughed it off, but now that he had personally witnessed it, he knew that Jing Hao's talent was much stronger than the rumors. And Jing Hao, Tang Tian, and the rest were all not simple people. "Stop him. If Qi Wei and is beautiful, he will not snatch Qi from you," Crane said without batting an eyelid. In such a sudden movement, a saint was taken care of, causing the surrounding martial artists to be completely shocked, and immediately scattered. In the blink of an eye, the east gate was swept clean by Tang Tian. The terrifying frequency of attacks struck the weak points, causing the Red Sun Saint's line of defense to fall. Tang Tian's fists rained down on his body, causing his body to tremble violently like a sieve, and in the blink of an eye, he was no longer breathing. Tang Tian's attack was extremely ferocious, adding that by his side, Yaya's swallowing light steel fist, and Little Fool's Ursa Major Star's umbrella, one big and two small, it was as though no one could stop him. It truly makes people's blood boil. Around Yaya's fists, it was as though even the light rays were being devoured. Red Sun Saint did not expect to be attacked, although he instinctively blocked it, but the powerful force caused him to reveal a flaw. Sound-type martial artists were natural-born martial artists in the battlefield, although their attacks were not strong, but the area they covered was something that other martial artists could not compare to. Tang Tian stood on top of the city walls, ignoring the incoming martial artists. He muttered, "Little Crane, do you think Ling Shu has taken a fancy to the young lady?" Crane had a different style. He was like a black crane dancing, indescribably agile. One after another black after-images were faintly discernible, but it was a dense assassination. When the black after-images flashed past, the enemies would be blown away by the wind, falling to the ground. The moment Yaya made his move, Tang Tian made his move at the same time. When the enemy was exposed by Yaya's swallowing light steel fist, his killing technique had already quietly arrived. As a saint, Bai Sai Sai would naturally not be affected by such a technique. Her hands gently plucked, the zither sounds resonated out, and the arrows in front of her shattered inch by inch, as though they had struck an invisible barrier, and flew everywhere. Jing Hao's expression was indifferent. People of different paths cannot make plans together. No one noticed that Little Fool had quietly floated into Tang Tian's body. The sunlight that was originally shining dimmed down, the zither sound enveloped the entire place. The martial artists with weaker true power only felt the blood and qi in their bodies churning. As far as the eye could see, the crowd suddenly froze. Sword Spirit. You actually gave birth to a sword spirit. The Honorable Martial Alliance Elder's voice was filled with disbelief. His right arm had disappeared, the wound looked as though it was measured by a ruler, it was extremely neat, and the wound was bleeding profusely. But the Honorable Martial Alliance Elder did not feel anything. His face was filled with shock, completely stunned by Jing Hao's sword aura. Crane's expression was calm as he looked at the incoming martial artists, his mind quickly thinking. The opponent had originally planned to sneak an attack, but did not expect for Tang Tian to see through it, and being caught off guard, they were immediately in a difficult situation. Once Tang Tian took the initiative, even a saint would be flustered. Jing Hao, the Honorable Martial Group groomed you, but I never thought that you would betray the Honorable Martial Group. Bai Sai Sai looked at the incoming enemies, she was not prepared for the battle at all. She looked at Tang Tian, her mind was puzzled, why did this rascal have to fight everywhere he went? He was extremely clear of what a sword spirit represented. The feeling on the battlefield was completely different from sparring. Such a terrifying spirit domain actually appeared on an Honorable Martial Alliance traitor. Crane. Not good. The Saint Maiden is on his back. Red Sun Fist. The battle was extremely intense. Ling Shu rode his horse and rushed out of Alcade City, but there were still countless martial artists flocking towards Alcade City. Honorable Martial Alliance. The concentration of star power in Big Dipper was much higher than outside. That also meant that the standard of the martial artists here was not low. Looking around, Crane realized that a few of them had the strength of a gold-ranked martial artist. He gathered all the power in his body, pushed the spiraling energy, and pounced towards the opponent. Clang. Ling Shu. He shook his head, throwing all the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind, his gaze fixated on Jing Hao who was holding onto his sword. Kill. Luckily the Star Door was only 10 kilometers away from New Bear Head City. To a saint, such a distance was nothing. But Ding Man knew that Alcade City was in a dangerous situation, and her heart was burning with anxiety. Honorable Martial Alliance, they are truly haunting me, they do not want to die. Before the sound barrier cloud dissipated above the city tower, he appeared next to a martial artist almost out of thin air and punched the opponent's shield with the simplest and most basic fist technique. Under the opponent's shocked gaze, the shield broke into pieces, and Tang Tian's other hand had already pressed onto the opponent's heart. No. Once he matured, he would definitely be a huge threat to the Honorable Martial Alliance. Ding Man was sprinting, she was a medical saint, and could only display a pitiful amount of power in battle. She was back to report the news. Ever since Jing Hao had exposed his identity as an Honorable Martial Alliance, Crane had ordered Ding Man to immediately call for reinforcements. Tang Tian had just shouted, when the city gate suddenly opened, and a young man in white with a silver spear suddenly appeared. The treading snow spirit horse that Ling Shu was riding on had extraordinary strength, its speed was as fast as lightning, its speed of sprinting had actually broken through the speed of sound. The sound barrier had not dissipated behind the city gates, and Ling Shu had already rushed out. Everyone's face changed, for a person from the Honorable Martial Alliance to actually appear here, everyone's mind was shaken, they looked at each other, and all of them could smell a trace of a conspiracy. Only Tang Tian was enraged. The Honorable Martial Alliance actually dares to extend their claws into my bowl, I will kill them. Tang Tian's fists were extremely fast, like a torrential downpour, his fists directly striking towards the opponent's attack. They definitely could not let Jing Hao grow, that would be a disaster for the Honorable Martial Alliance. Alcade City definitely could not be lost. Someone shouted, and immediately, a large group of martial artists rushed over. Bai Sai Sai's zither sound suddenly came out, it was biting cold. The astonishing spiraling energy, brought along a sharp whistling sound, clashed with the opponent's red sun fist. At that moment, he did not even notice Yaya who was beside him. The martial artist was like a wild beast that was rushing towards him, and flew back at an even faster speed. Chapter 479. As soon as he said this, the crowd went into an uproar, especially the city lords. Their faces were filled with panic. They had betrayed the alliance, so the revenge of the Ursa Major tribe would be incomparably fierce. Although the barbarians did not interact with the outside world, but once they retaliated, it would be incomparably intense. The Honorable Marshal Group is not willing to start a war with little brat Tang at this time. Tang Tian's strength was insignificant, but this fellow's ability to pester others was top-notch. Marshal Group was not worried about Tang Tian, but the lion. I am an elder of the Marshal Group, and need to follow the Marshal Group's strategy. Elder An's expression was calm. A ball of light lit up on his chest, and the light continued to devour his body. His body was like ice and snow, constantly melting. His expression was one of extreme fear. With you in charge, I can rest assured. Elder An chuckled. Dub City Lord's bones softened. How's everyone's morale? Elder An smilingly poured a cup of tea for Dub City Lord. Elder, you have great foresight. The Dub City Lord hurriedly agreed. Dub City Lord replied respectfully, replying to Elder An, around 8,000 years ago, the conflict between the Ursa Major clan and the martial artists from outside became increasingly intense, and in the end, an intense battle broke out in Big Dipper, causing the star power to become chaotic, causing the star door to disappear, and Big Dipper was sealed from then on. After fighting for over 500 years, both sides agreed on a ceasefire. The Ursa Major tribe will stay at the east of the Bear Ridge, and to the west of the Bear Ridge, they will build the Big Dipper 7 cities. Alright, I'm leaving too. I'll be waiting for your good news. Elder An stood up. He turned around and looked at the cultivator with a broken arm. He smiled and said, "How many people can abandon all their family and friends? What I need to do is to slowly weave this net. At that time, this net will continue to wrap around him and send him to me bit by bit." One of the saints stood up and bowed respectfully. "We will remember Elder's kindness. If there is anything you need us for in the future, please let us know." When Elder An said this, all the saints were moved. Only when night fell did the Dub City Lord hurriedly return. My lord." The martial artist with the severed arm stuttered, his expression horrified. The Dub City Lord said respectfully, "Please enlighten us, Elder. Although only the Dub City Lord is present today, but the 6 city lords are of one mind, together with the 7 newly joined saints, there are already 13 saints here. No matter how strong Tang Tian was, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them for the time being. Tang Tian should not be underestimated. How could any of you be weak? It's just a tie, and there's still that stupid bear we can use." The discussion gradually calmed down. Everyone looked at Elder and continued, "I was originally interested in Big Dipper because of the thing in the hands of the Ursa Major tribe. This time, I knew that I had abandoned my roots to chase after the tail. No matter how powerful that thing was, how could it compare to Jing Hao in 10 years? If I have Jing Hao's peerless sword in my hand, who can stop me?" Teacher Jing Hao's faction was currently in dire straits. If he gave them some benefits, they would be dead set on following him. Do you know that sometimes, a person's feelings are like a net that you can't break free from? When Tang Tian sees the Honorable Martial Alliance, his reaction will definitely be intense. Elder An smiled, but his gaze was ice cold. If we provoke the Ursa Major tribe a little, both sides will definitely start a war. As long as the war starts, both sides will not have any leeway. So, the crux of this battle is to kill Ling Shu. Elder, don't worry. Dub City Lord immediately said, "The 3 city lords closest to them have already set off. No matter what, we will definitely not let them return to the Bear Ridge alive." He was secretly surprised. Tang Tian was truly not to be underestimated, to actually cause Elder An to feel pressure. None of them could fight against Tang Tian. Elder An's plan was extremely sinister, and if it was used well, they could just sit on the mountain and reap the spoils. Seeing that a few of the saints were still hesitating, Elder An's expression gradually became solemn. The meeting dispersed, the saints and city lords all left. They needed to discuss how to act. Sword spirit, he has cultivated out a sword spirit. As long as he does not die, he will definitely become the sharpest sword in the world. Elder An's gaze was fanatical, and he muttered to himself, "Tang Tian cannot be subdued, but Jing Hao can. Because he values comradeship, and people who value comradeship are the easiest to deal with. If Tang Tian is in dire straits, I believe, Jing Hao is willing to use himself to exchange for Tang Tian's safety." What is Big Dipper? What are these saints? Ursa Major tribe might not be Tang Tian's opponent, no matter, as long as they slowly weaken him. I never thought that these mediocre people would be able to kill Tang Tian. I have enough patience. To saints, deducing laws and perfecting their spirit domains required star power, and a lot of it. Ordinary constellations were unable to satisfy their needs. That was also why saints favored the ecliptic palace constellations the most, and were not willing to stay in the small constellations. Star power was their most fundamental requirement. This is slightly different from our previous plans, but, in this world, what does not rely on one's own two hands to fight for? At times, even the chance to fight for it is not easy. If not for Yang Yonglai's defeat, how would all of you have the chance? The martial artist with the broken arm was shocked. Master, why? Dub City Lord was extremely excited. He wanted to kneel down, and immediately said, "Thank you, Master, for nurturing me." Elder and muttered to himself. His gaze was deep. My original intention was to find an item, which is most likely in the hands of the Ursa Major tribe. But, the Ursa Major tribe is not easy to deal with, and coincidentally the war broke out, so I wanted to let Yang Yonglai be the blade, but I never thought that Yang Yonglai would not live up to expectations. Now that Tang Tian is here, it is to my liking, and this blade is even sharper. If it is not sharp, how can it cut the tough bones of the Ursa Major tribe? He swept his gaze across everyone, and said indifferently, "Who can tell me, why was Big Dipper sealed in the past?" Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Dub City Lord. He was eager to try. He knew Ursa Major tribe's character. If they were able to kill Ling Shu and the Holy Maiden, Ursa Major tribe would definitely fight to the death with Tang Tian. Eldarin smiled, and everyone immediately quietened down. "Ah Xiong, you have to help me obtain this unique and unparalleled weapon." Eldarin looked at the martial artist with the broken arm's frightened face, and pleaded. "Tang Tian is truly fast, his luck is always so good." The person who spoke was roughly 30 years old. His deep eyes had a faint imposing aura. Even the smile on his face did not make people feel any warmth. The martial artists sitting below all kept quiet out of fear. "Do a good job. After this matter, you will follow by my side." Elder and encouraged and patted Dub City Lord's shoulder. Dub City Lord was overwhelmed by the favor, and immediately reported, "Everyone will listen to Elder's words." Eldarin's expression was satisfied, and said leisurely, 10 years ago, when I was looking through the records, I accidentally found out that Big Dipper was sealed from the inside, and guessed that there was an ancient remnant that survived in Big Dipper. After that, I suddenly thought of a secret related to Ari's constellation. There was once a Ursa Major martial artist that appeared, and used the lost martial techniques of the Ursa Major tribe. I then followed this clue, and found the place where he first appeared, and after much thought, I finally found this crack. The light aura swallowed the frightened face, and in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left. The calmer Eldarin spoke, the quieter everyone became. Although Eldarin was young, but his status was extremely respected, and his authority was extremely high. I originally thought, before Tang Tian arrived, everyone would be able to settle down here. Who knew that Brat Tang would come so quickly, which was out of my expectations. Let me tell everyone the truth here, very quickly. The martial group will completely withdraw from Big Dipper. He was the saint who fought with Jing Hao, and had his right arm cut off by Jing Hao. His tone was filled with unwillingness. "That's right, you are all ancient remnant citizens, it is not easy." Eldarin sighed, "And I heard that to the east of Bear Ridge, the star power is even denser. Such a good place, to give it to a group of barbarians, it is truly a waste." Big Dipper is sealed, and after 800 years of accumulation, the Big Dipper star power is extremely dense, almost comparable to the ecliptic palaces. To bronze saints, it is truly a blessed land, and for everyone to use, it is more than enough. Everyone's expression, Eldarin saw it all, but his face did not change. The martial artist with the broken arm felt a chill in his heart. Outsiders all think that Yang Yonglai took action for Orion constellation, but they do not know, compared to Big Dipper, what is Orion constellation. If not for Bear King's death, how would such a huge benefit land in your hands? Eldarin's expression was cold. The 8 people below, other than Dub City Lord, the other 6 were saints. They did not make a sound, but their hearts were all palpitating. After leaving Dub City, the Honorable Martial Group martial artist with the broken arm could not help but ask, "Elder, are we really going to withdraw from Big Dipper like that?" And 13 saints, even if it was Tang Tian, it would not be easy to touch them. Everyone then understood, so it was like that. Ah Xiong, on the day of your funeral, I will light incense for you. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They had never understood why Elder An would help them obtain Big Dipper. In the void beside him, an extremely faint figure flashed past. Elder An's face thawed, and he smiled. For everyone to help me hold back Tang Tian, that is the greatest help to me. Ursa Major constellation has lost, and the pressure on me is huge. If everyone is able to take down Ursa Major constellation, I will definitely help everyone. I heard that Ling Shu has already brought the Holy Maiden of Ursa Major constellation and escaped to the Ridge of Bear. Elder An smiled. We only need to kill them halfway. Who would know that we have broken the alliance agreement? The Star Door is in Alcade City, and Tang Tian has become deranged. Alcade City Lord swore to protect Big Dipper, and both parties engaged in an intense battle. The Holy Maiden escaped, but was chased by Ling Shu. When we rushed over, the Holy Maiden was already in danger, and only by killing the thief can we take revenge for the Holy Maiden. Who knows if both sides will suffer heavy losses, and everyone will be able to counterattack, and seize back Ursa Major constellation. Elder An chuckled. He was extremely calm. That's right. Elder An smiled. Not only did we retreat, I have already written a letter to Jing Hao about the location of the crack. Although he said that he does not recognize the Marshall Group, but since we are from the same route, I do not wish to be enemies with him, and hope that he knows what to do. Elder An retracted his gaze, and muttered to himself, spread the word, because I cannot bear to be enemies with Jing Hao, and praised him for his loyalty and righteousness. Ah Xiong was enraged, and quarreled with me, and was injured by me by mistake, and died. My heart is filled with sorrow, and I blame myself deeply. Remember, bury him, and compensate his family heavily. Chapter 480. Seeing Tang Tian's leaving figure, everyone could not help but reveal a smile. On the treetop not far ahead, a black figure stood quietly. So painful. I still have to endure this brat. His heart was filled with excitement. Is that the Aries Spear of Stars? Back at Ursa Major constellation, Tang Tian met up with Bing. Everyone, do your best. Tang Tian laughed. He raised his arms and cheered, encouraging everyone, then turned and left. Sexton's eye had already found the news. Time was pressing. He had to immediately head to Sexton's constellation. The veins on Ling Shu's forehead twitched. Mirza City Lord. Wei and stuttered, her face filled with fear. Every City Lord's strength was deep and unfathomable. Hey, I need to use the bandages. He initially thought that he would be able to use it for 8 to 10 years, but who knew that after just one battle, he would become restless. Then, die. IQ. This ridiculous confidence. Where did you get it from? Bang. Mirza City Lord who was dressed in black stared at the two people in front of him, his indifferent eyes filled with killing intent. As long as they killed the two of them, their goal of killing with a borrowed knife would be completed, and their plan would be half completed. Jing Hao laughed, and waved his hand. Let's go, let's go. Don't worry, your wish, little Shu will definitely complete it. Suddenly, he stopped. We don't need so many people. Bing had a cigarette in his mouth, puffing out smoke. Bell and Center, you will be waiting for us at Sexton's constellation. Godlike young lad, we should leave the manpower to those people with lower IQ. Not everyone is as powerful as you. The hidden injuries in his body, with the help of the energy transformation and Ding Man, were completely safe. Only the silver liquid formed from his spear techniques could not be removed. Even Ding Man did not know what the silver liquid was. She had never heard of silver transformation. But she still relied on her medical martial techniques, and helped Ling Shu to suppress and seal the silver liquid in his right arm. Although the brat was noisy and annoying, but little Shu would definitely send her to Ursa Major Ridge. As for the pain, oh, it was a familiar feeling. But, what if he wanted to turn back and stab them to death with a spear? The Honorable Martial Alliance retreated just like that. It is surprising. Crane looked into the distance. Ling Shu lowered his head and continued forward. He mounted the horse and patted Ah Shue's neck. Then, he turned the horse around and charged in the direction of the aura. The pupils of the Mirza City Lord suddenly constricted. With a sharp whistle, his entire body transformed into a black blade aura. A devilish purple color was faintly discernible within the blade aura. There was really no other way, it was too inconvenient to bring this little brat along. Sending her to the Ursa Major Ridge was the right thing to do. I have to be calm and rational, Wei Wei and spoke halfway, her eyes opened wide, her face filled with astonishment, her mouth was stuffed with a cloth. It seemed like his teacher had great foresight in giving him this bandage. The one overseeing Alcade City was Tang Cho, the spirit military general who aspired to become a famous general, was brimming with killing intent. It was rare to have the chance to command an army, and Tang Cho obviously wanted to go all out. Ling Shu was extremely satisfied with himself for being able to think of such a good idea. Noisy women, no matter how old they were much more terrifying than Saint. Big brother Ling, were you that powerful in the past? Yes, definitely. Ling Shu shouted at Wei Wei Yan, and under Wei Wei Yan's dumbstruck gaze, he removed the bandage from her body, and slowly wrapped it around his right arm. The sound of the explosion and the afterimage remained behind him, the silver spear did not move an inch. Seems like this path is not so easy to walk on. Crane also laughed out loud, and immediately became serious. This kind of fool is used to be looked down upon, he is always able to attract the enemy's firepower, and pull down the enemy's wariness and intelligence. That is the reason why we are able to win so many times. That's true. Tang Tian was full of confidence, he waved his hand and said, let's leave the manpower to them. The treading snow spirit horse slowed down, after galloping for days and nights, even someone as strong as it would feel tired. Ling Shu, who was on the horse, felt Shue's exhaustion, and jumped down. He had an innate affection for mounts. Ling Shu did not chase after him, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the fire in his orange pupils gradually extinguished. You don't need to test me, Jinghao said, I am more familiar with their way of doing things than you are. To recruit your enemies, to kill your own subordinates, they are able to do such a thing. They like to control, and always think that they can control you. I reckon that when they return, they will promote my teacher and the rest, they love to make you into a puppet. Kai La, Ling Shu straightforwardly tore off his sleeves. He extended his hand out to test it, although it was still extremely painful, but it did not affect his movements. This is the martial arts that I, Ling Shu, pursue. Suddenly clamping the horse's abdomen, Shuai, who was breathing heavily, suddenly exerted strength in his four limbs. The vision in front of him suddenly became blurry, the scenery quickly retreated, bang, as though he had broken free from something, his entire body felt light. If I am wrong, then there is nothing I can do. Ling Shu's eyes twitched, his entire arm felt as though it was pierced by countless of silver needles. The tyranny of the silver liquid was beyond his imagination, even the medical saint's seal could only make it hibernate for a short period of time. Jing Hao retracted his gaze, his light body technique was not good, it was almost impossible for him to catch up to Ling Shu. Truly valiant. Shuai soared into the sky, the silver spear in his hand spinning, transforming into a silver aura, flying towards the Miza City Lord. He did not say the word stabbed to death, he suddenly remembered, this fellow could not be stabbed to death. Asshole, how can there be such a person in this world? Yaya was like a piece of jelly, lying down on Tang Tian's left shoulder, yawning from time to time. Little fool held onto his umbrella, blankly floating above his right shoulder. Then I will have to trouble you. Crane bowed slightly, turned and held onto his sword, he soared into the sky, like a big black crane, he disappeared into the horizon. Kai, a stream of blood burst out from his arm, he groaned, his face changing. A thread of silver liquid mixed in his blood, it was extremely strange. The unbearable poison was spreading throughout his arm. Bang! This time, Ling Shu's reprimand caused Wei Wei and to immediately calm down, she could hear the killing intent in Ling Shu's tone. She felt the world spinning, Ling Shu flipped up the horse. Teacher, if you're going to receive a favor or something, please pick someone who's quieter. Also, they always like to look down on people. Jing Hao laughed out loud, especially Crazy Tang, this kind of fool. Suddenly, Ling Shu found a new rope, and tied Wei Wei in up. Hey, I'm really leaving, Tang Tian shouted. Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Big brother Ling. You go. Jing Hao said, there are enough people here, don't worry. This crazy thought made Ling Shu feel as though the blood in his body was boiling, the fighting intent that caused people to tremble surged, his silver hair fluttered, dancing in the wind, like a burning silver flame. Did I say something that you don't like? I said you have to tell me, you have to tell me. I really did not do it on purpose, big brother Ling, I. Truly a naive fellow. Crane was filled with emotions. Such a fellow, how did he end up where he is today? Looking up, Ling Shu's orange eyes lit up with flames. He patted Shue's neck. He could feel Shue's fighting intent, and his mouth revealed a sharp arc. He clenched his teeth, his orange eyes like a wasteland filled with flames. The light aura from the battle had revealed their location. Pai Pa and Hand Towel looked at each other, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. He suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. At a place not far away, there was a faintly discernible chi that was quickly approaching them. The spear tip and blade aura fiercely clashed. All right. Let's do it. Silence, 2 minutes of silence. Wei Weiyan spoke up. Big brother Ling, what's wrong? What the hell are you? Wei Weiyan, who only revealed her head, was chattering non-stop. She had struggled free from the fear, and had regained her usual liveliness. Ling Shu's face turned black. With every sentence Wei Weiyan spoke, his face turned even darker. It's not just one person, that's right. How can it be just one person? System. 1. Spear. Kai. Death. The space around the spear tip suddenly became dark. The silver aura became even more dazzling and bright, like a star. Big brother Ling, your arm. Wei Weiyan's face was filled with worry. So painful. Ling Shu finally could not take it anymore. Shut up. If you continue to be so long-winded. Just the two of us? Tang Tian was surprised. Shouldn't we bring more people? A saint. Crane chuckled. Seems like his hard work is going to go to waste. Can you please hurry up? Crane said helplessly. Without you dragging us down, we will definitely be more successful. You are truly unwilling to stay dormant. I suspect that the Honorable Martial Alliance's scheme is Ling Shu. Crane sighed. One fool is helpless, but if you have 2 fools by your side, then you will be exhausted. Big brother Ling, woo-woo. Shut up. Teacher. That imprint is right. But the 2 of them tactfully did not say anything. They had a premonition that Sexton's constellation was about to meet with misfortune. The world is finally peaceful. I need to leave quickly. Alcade City's strength was truly sufficient. How could they allow others to sleep soundly on their side beds? The current Ursa Major constellation was no longer a nobody. The other 6 cities did not have any intention of surrendering, so the method was simple. The large army was pressuring the borders. Big brother Ling, where were you in the past? Wei Weiyan covered her mouth, her eyes looking at Ling Shu's right arm in fear. The arm was actually completely silver white, with a metallic luster, as though it was made entirely out of silver. The silver metal arm was stained with blood, which brought about a bewitching beauty. Ling Shu's face was downcast, his eyes rolled back, and he weakly walked forward. So noisy. The dazzling light aura immediately exploded out, like a sun exploding. Amidst the mournful screams, Miza City Lord was like an injured black bat. He left in a panic, half of his body was soaked in blood. Ling Shu muttered in his heart, and slowly wrapped his arm. His movements were skilled, the bandages covered his entire arm, even his 5 fingers were completely wrapped, and finally he used his teeth to help tie a knot. Bending his knees, he shot into the sky like a rocket. Miza City Lord, who was dressed in black, was like a black bat, blocking the sunlight. The so-called pure heart, is this? Jing Hao laughed. Chapter 481. Not only that. Bell said, in our investigations, we realized that the strength of the Kangyang fighting grounds is much stronger than what we imagined. Other than the 3 saints, the Kangyang fighting grounds has 16 gold-ranked martial artists. This strength is even stronger than many of the Equatorial Palace Hall constellations. Where did they go? Ling Shu muttered to himself. Why would they run? I haven't poked them yet. Center Yu saw Tang Tian and Bing coming over, and was dumbstruck, and asked, Your Majesty, you and Master Bing came over first. Where are the other masters? So powerful. Tang Tian's mouth was wide open, his face was filled with shock. The journey was not lonely, and time flew by quickly. After shouting for half a day, the wind was still the same, The forest was still the same, the crows were still the same. Ling Shu was dumbstruck. Belle looked at the group of people speechlessly, but she was already used to Tang Tian's unreliable style, and had seen things that were even more unreliable than this. She had seen it all before. Big Brother Ling actually has no sense of direction. Aren't you guys chasing after me? Here, I'm here, the saint is here. All saints. So powerful. Tang Tian's eyes were wide open, he was surprised. A weird undulation? Bing suddenly turned his face. Little Fool had become Tang Tian's new toy for the past few days. But Center Yu still wanted to dissuade him. Yes. Center Yu explained, it has been around for about 4 months. Master also knows, Sexton's constellation produces all sorts of detection-type star treasures, and many people have found this undulation. But everyone thought that someone from the Kangyang fighting grounds was going to be bestowed as a saint, and after that, there was no movement, but every half a month, there would be one. This subordinate was thinking, could this weird undulation be related to the Sexton's eye that your Majesty spoke of? Center Yu immediately replied, this subordinate is doing his job, and does not dare to claim credit. Now we can find out very little, and only know that the Sexton's eye is in Kangyang Yu's hands, and we can't even find out what the use of this treasure is. But there is one thing that is weird, every half a month, the Kangyang fighting grounds will have a weird undulation. Let him go, Bing suddenly said, he has a way to protect himself. Ling Shu didn't know what it felt like to be at the end of the road, but he knew what it felt like to be lost. A furious roar resounded in the depths of the forest, startling countless crows. Sir, the Kangyang Marshall Field security is extremely tight. As far as I know, there are several people in the Kangyang Marshall Field who have detection artifacts. A few days ago, when we were preparing to sneak in, an Onyx Soul Scout tried to sneak in, but before he could even get halfway, he was killed. Center Yu recalled the scene that night, and still had some lingering fear. He looked around. 1 tree, 2 trees, tree, that sense of complacency also penetrated deep into his bones. What's the problem? Bing noticed the expression on Center Yu's face, flicked his cigarette and asked. The two of them were like 2 wisps of smoke, extremely fast, flying towards Ursa Major Ridge. Little Fool was good at controlling energy, it was born with the ability to attract and gather energy. For example, when Tang Tian crushed a star rock, the energy that floated out could be controlled by Little Fool. Little Fool's precise control over energy made Tang Tian feel that it was inconceivable, it could even guide the energy around Tang Tian's meridians and Dan Tian. And when Tang Tian brandished his fists, it could even simulate the fist aura. Stop talking nonsense, quickly chase, Mr. City Lord said coldly. Center Yu's expression froze. After a while, he forced himself to say, Your Majesty must be joking, Your Majesty's identity is respected. At the place where Ling Shu and Mr. City Lord fought, 2 figures appeared, Mr. City Lord was one of them, his clothes were stained with blood, and his face was pale white. Same. What is that? Tang Tian did not understand. Wei, and who had witnessed the entire process, closed her eyes in despair. She suddenly suspected, could she truly return to Ursa Major Ridge? That is not a good idea. Belle was more direct. There are many scouts around, if there is any movement, we will be exposed. And the opponent has 3 saints, Kangyang Yu's strength is still unknown. There are also many gold-ranked martial artists, if we were to fight, we do not have much of an advantage. From the hoof prints, he went back. Yu Heng City Lord was surprised. Once. Center Yu replied subconsciously. The situation is more complicated. Belle, as a professional intelligence officer, immediately displayed her experienced style. Sexton's eye is in the hands of Kangyang Fighting Grounds Kangyang Yu, it is his collection. Kangyang Fighting Grounds is Sexton's constellation's biggest fighting grounds. Kangyang Yu is extremely low profile, no one knows how strong he is. In this aspect, Master Center has more authority. That's right, Your Majesty, why don't I send a disciple to infiltrate Kangyang Fighting Grounds? Center Yu immediately said, every year at this time, Kangyang Fighting Grounds opens their doors to recruit disciples. Kangyang Fighting Grounds has a good point, they do not oppose disciples from other fighting grounds entering. Like our fighting grounds, every year, we can obtain a certain number of guaranteed quotas. This is also the most important source of income for many small fighting grounds, and these quotas are worth a lot of money. That is a brilliant method. Bing could not help but praise. His zero-energy body could no longer be improved, and his martial spirit was already pure enough to become a small fool. As for how to train next, he had no idea. Towards Tang Tian's worries, Bing irresponsibly told him to let nature take its course. Explain the situation. Bing puffed out a smoke ring. Only then did Center Yu feel the chill on his back disappear, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He also felt that it was weird. Master Bing's strength was obviously very ordinary. Why did he make him so nervous? Haha, as expected, you have good eyesight. Tang Tian praised Center Yu. Center Yu's face congealed as he nodded his head. One sect with 3 saints, no other fighting grounds would dare to challenge Kangyang fighting grounds. With 3 saints overseeing it, who would be blind? Not only the fighting grounds, even the entire Sexton's constellation, with 3 saints overseeing it, has always been a place where no bandits can be found. Even when martial artists from other places come, they do not dare to be too impudent. Because of that, Kangyang fighting grounds' prestige in Sexton's constellation is extremely high. Kangyang fighting grounds' rules are also the strictest out of all the fighting grounds. There was once a disciple who committed the crime of adultery, and was personally beheaded by Fu Zhongshan. Wei Weiyan, who was on his back, had a cloth stuffed in her mouth, her expression extremely strange. Just the 2 of us. Tang Tian saw that Center Yu was hesitant to speak, and stared at him. You think we can't do it? Also, I can change my face. The muscles on Tang Tian's face squirmed, and very quickly changed into a completely foreign face, without any flaws. That's possible. Bing nodded his head slowly, a strange look flashed past his eyes. Hey, where are you guys? Bing was puffing out smoke at the side, giving off a dense yin qi. Coward. Coward. Trash. People who are investigating like us. Bell's face congealed. Some are from Onyx Soul, and some are from the Honorable Martial Alliance. Their target is most likely Sexton's Eye, because recently there are people secretly inquiring about Sexton's Eye. If not for Master Center, it would be hard for us to find out about all these things. To actually injure you with one spear, this fellow's strength is not weak. The one who spoke was City Lord Yu Heng. He looked to be around 30 years old, his skin was white, he was handsome and at ease, his mouth had an evil smile. Center Yu muttered, normally, the competition between the fighting grounds is intense. Challenging the grounds to become famous is a common occurrence, only this Kangyang fighting grounds never fights with others. The reason why the Kangyang fighting grounds is known as the number 1 of Sexton's constellation is because of Kangyang Yu's 3 disciples, the first disciple Fu Zhongshan, the second disciple Yang Hao Ran, and the third disciple Li Ruo. They are all saints. Of course, all these simulations were fake, and did not have any practical use. Just as Tang Tian was preparing to sneak into the Kangyang fighting grounds, Ling Shu was bitterly searching in the forest. City Lord Yu Heng laughed out loud. Seems like his situation is not good. To actually use such a shallow and stupid plan, his naivety is surprising. I can smell that he is at the end of the road. Center Yu's back turned cold, and immediately said with a righteous face, what this subordinate means is, Your Majesty and Master Bing alone is enough. 2 people, it is double insurance. Come out. If you are a man, come and fight to the death. Asshole. How can you all be so stupid? Bing glanced at him, puffed out a smoke ring, and praised, a very practical little technique, but, your ugliness, has already penetrated deep into your bones. Deliberately setting up a diversion. Mr. City Lord said coldly, he is also injured, and wants to use this to delay time. I'm not joking. Tang Tian shook his head. How many times does the Kangyang fighting grounds open their doors to recruit disciples every year? Luckily little fool was slow-witted. No matter how Tang Tian tormented him, he did not have much of a reaction. But it was a pity that he did not have much progress, but he had some small tricks up his sleeves. After playing for a while, Tang Tian lost interest, and started to torment Little Fool's other methods. Little Fool was very stupid, to the extent of being slow-witted, causing Tang Tian to feel helpless. Often, when Tang Tian had an idea, he would excitedly say a bunch of things, and Little Fool would look at him in a daze, completely not understanding. The muscles on Tang Tian's face kept on changing, and in the blink of an eye, it became an unfamiliar face. On the way, Tang Tian had been trying hard to communicate with Little Fool. He was too envious of the spirit domain. Having a spirit domain meant that there was a possibility of improving. Other than that, Tang Tian could not think of any good ideas. Other than Little Fool, the zero-energy body also had other advantages. Other than having a strong physique, Tang Tian's control of his body was extremely precise. Bell added, Kangyang Fighting Grounds used this method. It was equivalent to indirectly controlling the various fighting grounds, and from there, control Sexton's constellation. If we fail this time, doesn't that mean we won't have a chance to enter again? Tang Tian shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I want to go in. The more we investigate, the more we realize that Kangyang Yu is unfathomable. Bell glanced at Tang Tian. Also, we discovered many of the same people. To offend the two biggest people in one go, that was not something I, Center Yu, would do. Hey, uncle, quickly look. Should we sneak in at night? Tang Tian was excited. There were so many clues on the first day, it was a good sign. Center Yu revealed a difficult look. It seemed to be here just now. He was unsure. Anger flashed past Mizar City Lord's eyes, and he said coldly, You will know after you try it. I don't want anyone else, I'll go. Tang Tian said without hesitation. Chapter 482. As expected of a glutton, even after eating so many of his spirit cards, there was no change. Even after absorbing a few strands of cold waves, there was still no change on his blank face. Walking down the carriage, the cold air caused Tang Tian's spirit to be roused. Xiao Ming Qi was a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he could not stop. But with such a person on the road, it was much easier. Center Yu's spirit was roused. Don't worry, the standard for inner fighting grounds disciples is the strength of a pseudo-gold ranked martial artist, and if you have the strength of a gold-ranked martial artist, you will definitely be able to enter the fighting grounds. With leader's strength, entering the fighting grounds is a sure thing. If the speed of the true power was not fast enough, it would entangle with the true power. Center Yu looked at her and shook his head. No, it went smoothly. When I become a gold-ranked martial artist, I will go back and marry our Jiao. Thank you. Center Yu saw a few more people coming, and knew that they would be overwhelmed. Whoa, I have never been to a place with so much snow. Tang Tian followed the flow of people and entered the carriage. He casually found a seat and sat down. His physique is not bad. Everything will be the same. Fu Zhongshan muttered, the more it is at this time, the more we cannot be chaotic. And now, he was an overlord, with the power of life and death in his hands. Other than Little Crane and a few others, everyone else in front of him would restrain themselves and be careful. And for a good child like Hand Towel who emphasized on etiquette, he was even more rigid, causing people to be annoyed. Bai Ah Cho. It was a disciple of the fighting grounds who sized up Tang Tian, and blurted out, this name really suits the person. Center Yu walked back, and not long later, he met with Bell. Bell saw Center Yu's gloomy face, and was startled. Did something happen? Junior brother is wrong. The junior brother saw his senior brother's face, and immediately begged for mercy. He also knew that he said the wrong thing today, and immediately changed the topic. Senior brother, what should we do with this Bai Ah Cho? Owner Center said that his talent is good. With this strength, is talent good? I took a look at his true power. It has not even reached the 8th level, only the 6th level. I can't even sense his bloodline. I really don't know what to say about his talent. Fu Zhongshan had a square face, his complexion was red, his eyebrows were thick like blades, his figure was tall, and the matters of the Kangyang fighting grounds were basically managed by him. Naturally, he had a natural imposing manner. Yang Haoran also nodded. He thought for a moment and said, those fellows with ulterior motives will definitely think of ways to approach the back mountain. If that's the case, the only way is to sneak into the inner fighting grounds. If we focus our attention on these people, our target will be much smaller. The disciple's heart moved, he quietly activated his true power, and the speed of his feet gradually increased. The team, which was originally quite thick, was immediately stretched thin. But what Tang Tian did not expect was that Little Fool seemed to like the cold wave. It purposely moved its true power slowly, attracting the cold wave to corrode, and then it absorbed the cold wave into its body. Would this guy get a stomachache? Everyone, follow me, the disciple shouted. The training field is more than 800 miles away from here. We have to get there on foot. Everyone follow closely. Remember, no matter what, you have to maintain the circulation of true power. This is the ancient cold snow plains. The air here is filled with cold waves, and the cold waves can corrode your true power. Once your true power is completely corroded, you will immediately become an ice sculpture, and even the gods will not be able to save you. Tang Tian took a look. It was a disciple of the fighting grounds. The surrounding people followed. Upon seeing that, Tang Tian hurriedly followed. Very quickly, the disciple brought them to a carriage, and shouted, "Everyone go up, find a seat for yourselves." "Your Majesty, our Cho does not know." Center Yu almost bit his tongue off. He almost exposed himself, and calling the Majesty our Cho, "Was it really all right? Then we will bring him in. Ground Master, please do what you need to do," the disciple said. Center Yu did not dare to look at Tang Tian's face, but in his heart, he could not wait to personally kill the person who said a person is like his name, but on his face, he could only force a smile. "Ah Cho is my distant nephew, his heart is dedicated to martial arts, his talent is not bad, I do not want him to waste, so I might as well send him to your training field. I hope Master Li can guide him." Xiao Ming-chi noticed Tang Tian's abnormality, and exclaimed, "Your body is so good." "How Ran is right." Fu Zhongshan nodded. "Everyone be careful. How could he say that our Cho was like his name? So useless. My dream is to become a saint. Truly like his name." Tang Tian immediately lost interest in Little Fool, a glutton who only eats and does not defecate. What meaning does he have to exist? But after staring at him for half a day, he did not have any change. The surrounding group of youths, all of them were enthusiastically discussing. This feeling made Tang Tian feel fresh. He could not help but think of Andrew Academy, but at that time he was the school tyrant, and not many people were willing to interact with him, so he was not part of the crowd. "Junior brother, shut up." Another disciple immediately stopped him, and bowed to Center Yu. "I did not expect Ground's head center to personally send someone over. Sorry for my rudeness. Junior brother is not sensible. Ground's head, please forgive him." The carriage flew for a few hours, but had not reached their destination. Tang Tian was surprised. "Where are we going? Is the Kangyang fighting grounds so big?" In this place, no one fawned on him, and everyone was discussing about simple matters. "Nonsense." The senior brother stared at him. Ground's head center is also a famous teacher. With his relationship with Master, you better be careful not to get punished. Xiao Ming-chi's topic attracted a large group of disciples, and everyone had a face of curiosity. The young man's heart was in turmoil, but he suppressed it on his face, and introduced himself. "Let me get to know each other. I am Xiao Ming-chi. You actually dare to look down on me," squeezing out a bloody path from the sea of people. Even someone as strong as Tang Tian looked battered and exhausted, and said in surprise, there are so many people." The fighting grounds disciple's eyes revealed a look of joy. His gaze swept across Tang Tian's small body. It was extremely fiery. "All right, then I will directly send him to the outer fighting grounds," the junior brother said. "Please don't brag, you are still a saint. If you can become a gold-ranked martial artist, then you should burn incense and pray to Buddha." The slightly older disciple immediately said, "Since Ground's head sent it, then there is no need for him to say anything. Just that, the fighting grounds is in a mess today. Master has no time to entertain Ground's head, please forgive him." Get off, get off." The fighting grounds disciple's loud voice woke Tang Tian up from his dream. The three of them discussed for a while, then left. Tang Tian stayed in the middle of the group, and was very relaxed. There were many probing type star treasures, and from time to time there would be waves sweeping past. Bing was worried that he would be seen through, so he stayed in the martial spirit chamber with Yaya. "It's nothing. Center Yu immediately laughed. All the disciples' faces changed, and anxiously revolved their true power. He had also learnt his lesson, and followed Bell to call him leader. Xiao Ming-chi became even more excited, and talked non-stop, but on the other hand, Tang Tian was initially interested, but after listening, he fell asleep. He opened his eyes in a daze, and looked outside the window, which was a vast expanse of white, and boundless snow plains. Belle heard that and immediately calmed down. Crazy Saint Tang had been killed, entering the fighting grounds was definitely not a problem. Me. Tang Tian pointed to his own face, seeing the other party nodding, he replied, I am Bai Er Cho. His heart was beating like a drum, but he patiently introduced, Kangyang Fighting Grounds is Sexton's constellation's biggest fighting grounds, and also has a saint overseeing it. It only recruits once a year, and many people come because of its reputation. The young man beside him glanced at Tang Tian, and was shocked by Tang Tian's appearance. After a while he asked, how do I address this brother? Xiao Ming-chi saw Tang Tian's surprised look, and became even more excited. Of course. Kangyang Fighting Grounds has only been established for a few decades, but its development is extremely ferocious, and is definitely unprecedented. The entire Sexton's constellation is under the control of our fighting grounds. With regards to our Ground Master's background, there are many theories. Some say that he is a descendant of the ancient sects, some say that he is from one of the 12 ecliptic palaces, and has a strong backing. Our fighting grounds, from the establishment until now, has never had anyone find trouble with us. Don't you think it's weird? Hearing these words that did not have much substance but were filled with vigor, Tang Tian's heart was moved. This is youth. But Tang Tian's speed was actually not lagging behind, and was still calm and composed. Do you want to tell Master? His junior brother asked. So powerful? Tang Tian was surprised. The disciples of the fighting grounds had long noticed Tang Tian's abnormality. Everyone were using light body techniques, using qi to fly. Only Tang Tian was alone, spreading his legs and sprinting. Oh, he was still using light body techniques, basic light body techniques. Suddenly a voice came out. All right, stop quarreling, all of you follow me. Tang Tian was also shocked, but after checking once, he calmed down. The true power in his body was simulated by Little Fool. But Tang Tian also felt that the cold wave that the disciples were talking about was a thread of extremely fine transparent energy. This energy was different from all the energy that Tang Tian had seen before. It was extremely cold, and had some characteristics of poison. His junior brother was embarrassed. He is truly ugly to the point that people cannot help themselves. Hearing that, Xiao Ming-chi said proudly, that's true. Our Kangyang Fighting Grounds is the strongest fighting grounds in the entire Sexton's constellation, naturally the largest scale. All of the training grounds in Kangyang Fighting Grounds added together, the area is bigger than a small planet. Do you think it's big or not? Li Ruo looked at Fu Zhongshan, and said worriedly, Big brother, this matter is not simple, many people are watching us. Are we still accepting disciples this year? There will definitely be many people sneaking in. No need, Master has many things to worry about recently, let's not go and disturb him. We will keep an eye on him. If Bai Er Cho's talent is truly good, then we will focus on grooming him. The senior brother thought and said. But Bai Er Cho did not fall behind. I heard that the disciples are separated into the inner and outer fighting grounds. Can leader enter the inner fighting grounds? Belle asked. Junior brother is too impetuous today. The slightly older senior brother sternly criticized the junior brother who teased Tang Tian. The senior brother had used his star treasure to scan Tang Tian, and knew that his junior brother was not lying, and could not help but frown. We can only arrange for him to go to the outer fighting grounds. If he is at the 8th level, even if he does not have the strength of a gold rank, we can still think of a way to arrange for him to go to the inner fighting grounds. If he is at the 6th level and does not have any blood meridians, then he can only go to the outer fighting grounds. Chapter 483. Also, before he finished, his figure disappeared from the spot. The timid one's legs softened and they fell to the ground. Mu Laro-san said, Without me, how can you teach them a good lesson? Xiao Ming-chi was already regretting to the point his intestines turned green. He had originally decided not to say anything, but upon meeting Tang Tian's cold gaze, his heart shuddered and he said, Every year, the snow plains will have a large-scale cold wave. At this time, some special places need to be guarded, that is the cold wave service. Cold wave service, 5 out of 10 die. Do not expose your strength. Mu Laro-san laughed, you were not convinced at the start. What to do? Li Liangqiu's gaze swept across the crowd and said indifferently, Xiao Jin, tell them the rules. Xiao Ming-chi glanced at Tang Tian with difficulty. Tang Tian was completely bare at the moment. dragging a large bundle of ropes. At the end of each rope was an unconscious martial artist. The leading martial artist was full of praise for Ah Cho's beast-like body. This guy simply could not run to death. Everyone stopped in their tracks, their expressions blank. The leading Kang Yang disciple had a trace of surprise on his face. How did this guy find out? But he did not make a sound. He did not remind or make a sound. He could not afford to offend Li Liangqiu. The leading martial artist saw Tang Tian's smile and his heart turned cold. He quickly said, "Only use your fists and feet, you cannot use weapons. If you kill someone, they will die. Do not fall behind." Everyone stood up. Everyone's gazes looked at their boss who was playing with the snow squirrel. The dense crowd of figures on the mountain instantly caused a wave of exclamations. Everyone emitted a strong aura, filled with a suffocating pressure. The sky seemed to darken. "Xiao Jin, look at you. You only know how to bully rookies. You really have no ambition." The person who spoke was tall, holding a long and thin curved blade in his hand. He had a disdainful smile on his face. Tang Tian did not think so much. To him, this was a very normal action. He felt it was a pity that these people died on the way. But as time passed, no one laughed at this guy anymore. "Hey, I did not expect an expert to come," Mu Larosan said with a smile. "The cold wave is quite scary, but that's a matter for the future. Maybe there won't be a great cold wave. It's fine if you don't want to sign. The cultivation camp 30 li away has nothing to do with you. Oh, if anyone is willing to turn back now, we won't make things difficult for them." Suddenly, Tang Tian sensed that something was amiss, and he immediately became vigilant. His figure stopped abruptly, and he shouted in a stern voice, "Stop. There's an ambush ahead. Everyone, don't fill it in." Xiao Mingqi's expression changed, and he subconsciously blurted out. When he came to his senses, his face immediately turned pale. "Pretend that I don't know anything and get beaten up by these guys." This thought was the first to be tossed out of Tang Tian's mind. These fellows were obviously not good people. When he was in school, the senior students often liked to bully the new students, in the name of educating them. Ah Cho glanced at him and only said 2 words, "Don't." Everyone behind the mountain looked at each other in dismay. They had no idea how they had been discovered. "Forget it, Mu Laro-san," someone shouted, "it's the same with or without you, which battle is decided by you." "Che, Mu Laro-san, don't you like it? Why don't you go?" Xiao Jin retorted. Every year, they would prepare a surprise attack to educate the newcomers. This was the traditional program of the Snowfield cultivation camp. They were stationed here, and were usually bored to death. Towards this kind of program that teased the newcomers, they were naturally enthusiastic. Also, the problem of the cold wave was Li Liangqiu's biggest headache. But this method could perfectly solve this problem. After continuously dragging for 200 li, his stamina was greatly exhausted, and his breathing became heavy. But he still encouraged loudly, "We're almost there. Everyone, persevere a bit more." At that time, Xiao Mingqi was still thinking, "It's fine if he's ugly, but he likes to show off, and his performance is so clumsy. Is this guy an idiot?" The others were also like that. Many of them couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy doesn't just look ugly, his brain isn't too good either. When the newcomers faced the sneak attack of the Kang Yang disciples who had deep strength and great teamwork, of course they would be defeated. But last year was an exception. There was a very strong disciple among the newcomers, called Wen Ren by Yi. In the end, they spent a lot of effort to win that battle. They really were a bunch of villains. "Let's go." Li Liangqiu didn't even look at these people's expressions, and said indifferently. Tang Tian's gaze landed on Xiao Mingqi. "What is the cold wave?" No one had any enmity towards Ah Cho. Tang Tian's action made everyone feel a thread of warmth in this world of ice and snow. Everyone thought in their hearts, even if they fainted, they wouldn't be abandoned. At the start, when Bai Ah Cho suddenly shouted to encourage everyone was very shocked. "Godlike young man, charge forward, charge forward. You don't need to help them. This kind of trash doesn't have the qualifications to enter the cultivation camp, just let them die on the road." Tang Tian ignored the leading martial artist, killing intent boiling in his chest. He nodded his head, that's right. In the long line, heavy breathing could be heard. All of the martial artists' faces were not good. While revolving true power to resist the cold wave, and at the same time unleashing light body techniques, to them, it was definitely not an easy task. After that, he dragged the unconscious martial artist and sprinted. Xiaojin grinned and held a lot of paper in his hand. A wise man submits to circumstances. Come to me and get an application form for volunteering to serve the cold tide. Write down your name, and we won't hurt each other's friendship. Everyone's fighting intent soared, and they all stood up. Whether you are a senior or not, is not something that comes from your mouth, it is all taught by your fist. Li Liangqiu did not even raise his head, and said coldly, how much respect they have for you, will depend on how deep you have taught them. Don't be like last year, where you almost lost face. Persevere to the end, and that is victory. The martial artists beside Tang Tian all had pale faces, their eyes revealing despair. I never thought that Kangyang fighting grounds would be like this. Tang Tian's gaze became colder and colder. All of you people, even your hearts are black. They did not have the strength to laugh. Our Cho's encouragement was not exciting at all, but when they were exhausted, it would always make them clench their teeth and persevere. Seeing everyone's passionate atmosphere, the leading young master's mouth curled into a cold, arrogant smile. He lowered his head, minding his own business, playing with a snow-white squirrel in his hands. He was the leader of the group, Li Liangqiu. His identity was noble. He was the son of one of the three saints, Li Ruo, and his strength was unfathomable. His face was strangely similar. On his naked body, perspiration meandered like a stream, mist rising, every muscle was like a steel wire trembling. The current Tang Tian was like a moving sculpture, brimming with an intense visual impact and strength of beauty. Li Liangqiu did not go, and when he returned, he was enraged. Xiaojin and the rest were all taught a lesson by him. A figure flashed past, and said excitedly, they are here, they are still 20 li away. All the martial artists' faces changed. Everyone do your best. A tinge of respect flashed past Xiao Mingqi's eyes. The conversation between the leading Kangyang disciple and Tang Tian, they had clearly heard it. Tang Tian's gaze landed on the unconscious martial artists, and saw the leading martial artist who was sitting at the side. Inexplicably, a tinge of anger surged in his heart. They brought their dreams and longing, and spent so much effort to come here, but you people actually used their dreams and longing to threaten them. Xiao Jin whistled, yo, here comes a ruthless character. Rookies, why are you still not convinced? When everyone is in trouble, you must help everyone. By our Cho's encouragement, could be heard from time to time. Kangyang fighting grounds is like this. Haha, everywhere is like this. Xiao Jin's face revealed a look of disdain. Whoever has the bigger fist is the king, understand? Ugly ghost. Li Liangqiu bringing up the past again, instantly made these people feel ashamed. The opponent had a total of 12 people, 2 of them were gold-ranked martial artists, and the rest were pseudo-gold-ranked martial artists. This kind of strength, to others, might be somewhat fearful, but to Tang Tian, it was a piece of cake. Uncle Bing was right, it was not a problem to settle these people, but if he did, then his own strength would be exposed, and even an idiot would know that he had another motive for sneaking in. The martial artists who could still stand, all gathered around Tang Tian, all of their faces were filled with hatred for the enemy. Tang Tian clenched his fists, stared at Li Liangqiu and the rest with an unkind expression, and said, everyone, who can still fight? His entire body was perspiring, his muscles bulging, he was dragging 7 people. The last sentence immediately made countless people blush. Every year at this time, it is always the time that I look forward to the most. Educating the newbies is the duty of us seniors. The man who spoke had a head full of golden hair, his face had an evil smile, he wore a white cloak, and had a heroic aura. Bing muttered softly in Tang Tian's heart, and forcefully stopped Tang Tian from rushing forward. Li Liangqiu's background made the training camp turn a blind eye to this. Interesting. Li Liangqiu's eyes flashed a glimmer of light, and said proudly, then everyone, go out and greet the newbies. Li Liangqiu was young, his strength was outstanding, adding that his backing was strong enough. In this snow plains, very few people dared to go against him. Hey, if you guys don't come out, I won't be polite to you guys. Tang Tian pointed to the empty mountain top in front of him, opened his eyes wide, and said in a deep voice. But. Tang Tian grinned. It was extremely ugly, but filled with killing intent. How do you know that your fist is bigger? Xiao Ming-chi clenched his teeth and endured. His mind was starting to turn numb. Only Bai Cho's voice made his mind numb. There was a focal point, reminding him to endure. Chapter 484. The escaping martial artist was scared out of his wits. He instinctively unleashed his defensive martial technique, and a blue light shield appeared behind him. Li Liangqiu's face was distorted. Under Tang Tian's torrential attacks, he was in imminent danger. Little fool who was holding onto the star's umbrella flew out of Tang Tian's body like a wisp of smoke. The star's umbrella in his hand spun, and countless stars fell down, transforming into an indeterminate light sand, flying towards the martial artists who were preparing to escape. Yaya's small fist that was enveloped in darkness struck the light shield, but without any sound, the darkness swallowed and pierced through the light shield. Yaya's pitifully small fist struck the opponent's back, looking extremely comical. Xiao Jin's body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, his pupils instantly filled with fear and despair. The curved blade in his hand, although it was not a gold treasure, but it was not an ordinary item, it was an ecliptic-grade silver treasure, Pisces constellations, arched fin. Collapse symbol technique. Yaya somersaulted to the ground, and with a howl, he fiercely stomped on the ground, and like a cannonball, he disappeared into the air. In the next moment, he appeared behind one of the escaping martial artists, puffed up his cheeks, and punched out with his small fist. Why? He was only regretting that he did not send out a distress signal. The fist struck Li Liangqiu's heart without any fancy moves. The surging power entered Li Liangqiu's body. Li Liangqiu's body trembled, his hair was disheveled, his face was covered in blood. He stared blankly at Tang Tian, as though he could not believe the result. An explosive sound like frying beans came out from the net of blade auras. Mu Larosan's smile froze on his face. A cold and somewhat mocking voice suddenly exploded in his ears. Seeking death. Mu Larosan's frightened voice had not finished. When Tang Tian borrowed the reverse force of the collision, the tip of his feet touched the ground. The snow on the ground suddenly exploded. In the sky full of snow, Tang Tian's figure turned, leaving behind layers of afterimages, pouncing towards Mu Larosan. Little fool's starlight sand was like a swarm of beautiful fireflies, silently entering the bodies of the martial artists. Pa. The bodies of the martial artists burst like balloons. Tang Tian stared at the fallen Li Liangqiu. The anger on his face had already faded, leaving behind only determination and fortitude. He enunciated each word, nailing the wind and snow that filled the sky. The figure in front of him disappeared into thin air. Xiao Jin's hair suddenly stood on end. An unprecedented feeling of danger instantly enveloped him. Crack. His arms broke. Bing immediately felt that something was wrong with Tang Tian, and anxiously reminded him, "Young lad, calm down." Ding Chen was the leader of the martial artists. His face was pale without a trace of blood. He knew that this matter had blown up. Bai Cho was definitely not a normal person. He definitely had other motives for committing himself here. If Li Liangqiu were to die here, the consequences would be unimaginable. To the entire Kangyang fighting field, it would be like an earthquake. A nobody like him would definitely be turned into ashes. The densely packed blade auras immediately enveloped Bai Cho tightly. The blade auras were like fishes swimming in the water, extremely agile and pervasive. When Bing came out, he did not join in the battle. Instead, he monitored the group of new disciples to prevent anyone from escaping. With Crazy Tang's strength, he did not even need his help to deal with this group of people. Such a congealed sword aura that could pierce through steel, upon meeting the opponent's fist, was like a wave hitting a reef, instantly shattering. Li Liangqiu realized that he could not free his hands to send out a distress signal. Bing scolded in exasperation. At this time, he knew that the situation could not be salvaged. Bing and Yaya flew out from Tang Tian's body at the same time. His hands trembled, and he requested for help. He knew that it was truly dangerous this time. He saw a figure from the corner of his eye, and was elated. He bellowed, "Ding Chen, quickly ask for help." A dazzling demonic blade aura suddenly lit up in front of Tang Tian. Whenever he used this technique, he had never failed before. And this time, he used all the true power in his body without hesitation. The surging true power surged into the curved blade. Will I die? Ding Chen trembled, but the spirit general was like a suffocating shadow, completely enveloping him. He did not even have the strength to move a finger. Li Liangqiu's hands and feet were ice cold. He knew that he had kicked an iron board. He forced himself to calm down. Sire, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate, regardless of the conditions. A sword appeared in Li Liangqiu's hand, the sword tip swallowed and spat out cold aura. A sharp piercing sound pierced through the air. The explosive rain of sharp sword auras shot towards Tang Tian. He did not use his killing technique. Just now, Mu Larosan's killing technique had already made him understand that the opponent's strength was far beyond his imagination. But the more he fought, the more fearful he became. The opponent did not even use true power, and was able to completely suppress him. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying person? Pa. His sword aura expanded crazily. He did not care about the price as he activated his true power. The power of every fist was surging and surging. Like a blacksmith swinging a heavy hammer, it rained down on Li Liangqiu's sword screen. An ecliptic palace-grade silver star treasure was a top-grade silver star treasure. The surging true power surged into the blade body, causing the blade body to buzz and tremble, like a fin moving in the water. Ding Chen's hand trembled. He raised his head in shock. A spirit general was floating not far from him, looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. Absolutely none. Law. Mercy. Mercy. The intense hatred and killing intent caused Tang Tian's eyes to be bloodshot. Looking at the panicking Xiao Jin, he did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. He rushed into Xiao Jin's embrace like lightning. His speed was as fast as a ghost. Xiao Jin subconsciously extended his arms to push out. His arms were suddenly in pain. It was as though he was struck by a wild beast. Damn it. Mu Larosan's face exposed a cruel smile. Tang Tian's strength had shocked him. His first move was a killing technique. He did not have any wishful thinking. Taking their dreams and hopes, and toying with their lives. Unforgivable. Tang Tian did not have the slightest bit of technique. His chest was filled with rage. His eyes were completely red. The moves in his hands were extremely simple. They were all fundamental martial techniques. But every move contained an astonishing amount of power. Adding the extremely fast frequency, Li Liangqiu used all his might, but he was barely able to hold on. But what followed was an even more oppressive bang. Like a thick steel plate being pierced through, the martial artist's body froze. A hole that was even bigger than Yaya's appeared on his back. It pierced through his chest. Under Mu Larosan's shocked and fearful gaze, Tang Tian's simple staggered forward punch. His body was like a spring. His fist struck the curved blade in Mu Larosan's hands without any fancy moves. You better think carefully. Like a wooden stake, he slowly fell backwards. My dad will definitely find the culprit. You can't escape. Your plan is ruined. Finished. The martial artist's expression froze on his face. His body froze in place. Weaving a dream blade, Li Liangqiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Death was so close to him. He had completely sunk into madness. His hair was disheveled. Ha 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 ha. If I die, your plan will be ruined. You must have a motive for sneaking in. Ha ha. Even if it was an ecliptic-grade silver treasure, it was still unable to withstand the power of this punch. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly covered the entire blade. Peng, the blade completely shattered, and the fingernail-sized fragments entered Mu Larosan's body like raindrops. That oppressive bang sound caused everyone's scalp to go numb. It was enough to imagine how terrifying the power of the impact was. The distance from here to the training camp was only 30 li. Upon releasing the signal for reinforcements would quickly arrive. Kai. Nothing was more important than that. Not good. Then I will bring the army to trample Sexton's constellation. The fear of death continued to devour his spirit. The screams of his companions around him caused him to be on the verge of collapse. His face contorted as he screamed, Ding Chen, you don't want to live anymore. If you don't ask for reinforcements, I will kill your entire family. He thought about himself. He thought about himself in Andrew Academy. He thought about the time when he had a faint hope. He had gambled his most precious 5 years. He did not regret it. Because that was hope. That was his dream. Bang. Compensation? Tang Tian's face was filled with disdain and contempt. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about compensation? Everyone only felt their vision blur. Bai Cho had transformed into an extremely fast afterimage. He rushed into Xiao Jin's embrace. Xiao Jin's body was like a battering ram. Bang, he was instantly flung out. Why did he take it hostage? Why did he play with it? Li Liangqiu's solid foundation was displayed to its fullest. Tang Tian's gaze stared fiercely at Li Liangqiu. He sneered. It was extremely terrifying. Before he finished speaking, the surging dense blade auras formed into a light net. Bang! It exploded like snowflakes. Among the shattered auras and snowflakes, a blurry figure, like a ghost, appeared in front of Mu Laro-san. Tang Tian was enraged. I want to see whose entire family you will kill. He leapt forward, the simplest thrusting forward fist. Because that was the last dignity of life. Because that was the air that one breathed. Because that was the sunlight that could pierce through the haze. Because that was the only reason to prove that one was still alive. No matter if you were mocked by the world, no matter if your fate was filled with ups and downs, no matter if you were struggling in hell. What gave you courage, what made you persevere, what made you not fall, was that tiny dream in your heart. It was that wisp of hope that seemed to be floating in the cloud. Damn it! Fist after fist, with a terrifying frequency, smashed onto the sword screen. The sword screen shook violently. Li Liangqiu's body trembled like a sieve. Mouthfuls of blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. It was an unspeakable terror. Over 100 tiny blood pillars shot out from Mu Laro-san's body at the same time. Tang Tian was expressionless. But in his eyes, flames of rage burned. Swallowing light steel fists. When his sword aura collided with Tang Tian's fist, he then knew how terrifying this ugly ghost strength was. Before Xiao Jin's body landed on the ground, everyone could already see clearly. His pupils had lost focus. His body was limp like a snake. It was bent at a strange angle. It could be clearly seen that the bones in his body had all turned into powder. The sword blade broke and the sword screen disappeared. The blade auras split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, countless blade auras formed a large net. Tang Tian was like a moth flying into a flame. He plunged into this large net. Tang Tian's momentum did not slow down at all. He forcefully rushed into Xiao Jin's arms. The moment the two of them touched, Tang Tian's body trembled slightly.